Hi, pretty people. I hope you have a good day. I can't stay long, but I'm here.
Hi, hi. Please be quiet, stray kids. Oh, I turned that down really much. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. And I was manic looking for outfit ideas. Why did you, what? Have you ever had a dream when you have a, that's what I fucking sound like. Hello. Why were you looking at outfits? Do you want to be a jester? Why did you go manic about looking about outfits? I saw that in the fucking Instagram. You just went insane. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. Okay, your brain just sparked. What if we're mushrooms? What if we're mushrooms? Because if you're a jester, then unfortunately I have to be a jester. And I mean that politely because I fucking love clowns. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. Our lovely, lovely winner today is Goober. And I did take my vitamins, so thank you, Kai. But hello, Doc. Hi, Goober. Hi, Kai. Hi, Coco. It is. It is Resident Evil Day. Hello, Gothic. Hi, Quiet. And hi, Nash. Hello. You were laying in bed and just hit you. It just fucking hit you like a train, just like, Jester. I need to be a Jester. Real as hell. Hi, Giraffe. Hello. It is Resident Evil Day. I didn't do it yet, but I can preload Resident Evil Requiem. I am a little pissed off because Jacksepticeye got to play it already. So he already has a part 1 out, which is crazy. And that's fine. But I'm also like, give it to me. I want to play it. Anyways, you did get a new cane. I do like it. I liked the ones that Dog had posted as well, the little like stabby ones. I really like those. They just look like little long nails. That's what they remind me of. Little long nails that just stab. Like mini little skewers. It's so funny. But hello, how is everybody? Resident Evil Requiem does in fact come out today. I'm very excited. Oh, it does say release date. Oh yeah, it comes out in 2100 tonight. Yeah, because it comes out pretty much at midnight for everybody else. I'm like looking at everything. I will say, at 8 a.m. you'll be able to access Resident Evil Requiem for all of my people in GMT at 8 a.m. February 27th, so it'll still be the 27th for you. But, you know, have fun lurking, Gothic. Stabby, what did I miss? The canes you posted. I like the ones you posted. Those are really cute. They just look like little stabby. I have 32. Oh my god, yeah, you're so right. I kind of forgot about that. I locked into a lot of Resident Evil stuff for fair reasons. My PC release date is today, which is crazy because it is the 27th that it comes out, but it comes out today for me. I'm going to preload the game like I said. It's going to take everything in me not to open up that game. Because I really want to just open up the game and look at the main menu, but I cannot. I think also tomorrow when we play Requiem, because usually when I open up a game, when it's new, I have to then go over, open up the game capture, switch it and all that. I think genuinely tomorrow, I might not have the sound ready, but I think I'm just going to turn on my screen share and like my whole screen. So when we first open the game, everybody gets to see it. That's my plan for tomorrow. You also will be blinded by the light of Nami because she's my screensaver, and my screensaver is a mess right now, but we're not going to pay attention to that. But it comes out. Nash, it comes out. I'm so excited. Does everybody want to hear my Resident Evil rant? My Resident Evil rat? My keyboard still doesn't work. It hasn't. I need to take a look-sees at it, but I just kind of refuse and just work around it. Does everybody want to hear my Resident Evil rant? Are you ready? Nash has popcorn. I'm gonna actually get all my facts for it. Evil Requiem. Sorry, I was typing in the word that I hated. I'm like, eh. Oh yeah, they sent out the games early. That's fine. Can I want to see? Rant away. Hell yeah. I'm trying to get the picture so I could see what was in it. I think I have to go to Instagram. Hear you talk about something you're passionate about? No, I would never want to hear a single thing about that. God, I don't think I know one person who did get it. The rest of the people I don't actually know. What does she go by on Instagram? I actually don't even know if I can. I should forget her handle. Okay, so I'm not gonna try to find it. But the whole rant was for Resident Evil Requiem, there wasn't really a collector's edition. There wasn't a collector's pack that you could buy. The only one was the pre-order stuff, and then the pre-order, like, essentially what they did for the collector's edition was a acrylic standee, which is pretty fucking cheap. And I understand kind of why they didn't release the big figures, the ones that I wanted to get, because there's two of them. There's Leon and Grace that you can connect that are like those. Shut up, Stray Kids. You're too loud. Shut up, Stray Kids again. It's a sin that I can play. I understand why they didn't want to release those, but because in the first trailer we didn't know Leon was in it and whatnot. They still could have made a collector's edition, but because they wanted to sell both of those separately for $400 each. But anyways, so Resident Evil actually, Capcom did a really fucking cool collector's edition pack, except it was a PR package. So they sent it to all the influencers, and I'm really fucking pissed off about it because there was a lighter in it that was all Resident Evil. There was a couple other things in it. The lighter is the last thing that I'd seen, and then I was too mad and I scrolled away. So I'm so pissed off about that. Because I'm like, what? Some people are the people who went, that do, they are Resident Evil fans. Some of them, like, genuinely are Resident Evil fans. No, honestly, I don't really care who it went to. It's just the fact that you did that for a PR package. We want that. I want that. That's what I'm saying. Tomato. Throw a tomato at them. Hi, Junior. Opening up the stream with my angry rant. I want it. That lighter was so freaking cool, and you're telling me only influencers got it? Like, what the fuck is this shit? I feel cheaped out, especially for a $400 two-piece. So $800 figure that combines, that's not even in a collector's edition because you didn't do one because you did an acrylic standee. It's so annoying. I'm trying to find it because it was a whole fucking case. You are an influencer? I am, but not into them. I'm not. Resident Evil Requiem. I'm gonna see if I can try to find it because it was in a really fucking cool Oh, yes. I had the volume up really high. It literally was in a whole fucking case, which in that case, I get. That's gonna cost a lot of money if you want to do that, but they did it for the PR package. I am looking at this with spite. I'm sorry, this PR package is literally just the collector's edition because it has an art book in it. It has a whole bunch of other stuff. Also, Porsche stuff. Capcom order, put me on the order list, please. But it literally had the art book and had a key and some like the like little notions of like memorabilia from the game. But it's so annoying because that shit's so cool, and I feel like we did actually get gypped out this year with the collector's edition. A lot of it was just stuff that comes included in the game. Yeah, it wasn't a full art book, but even the last one for Resident Evil 4 wasn't a huge art book, but it had some stuff in it. But you're telling me that only went to influencers, only to PR package? I would gladly pay $400 for that. I won't give them my life savings. I'll give them my life savings. I won't. Shake Shack has a new, ooh, and it is not worth the price. But I made bad decision. All fair. Hopefully it tastes good. Is that what you got for lunch? Hopefully it tastes good. Tell us the review. Please, please, I beg of thee. But I'm still very excited for Requiem. I cannot believe it's happening. Like, I cannot believe it's happening. It's here. I have another friend who just got into Resident Evil and he just finished playing 1. He thought he could play through them all in time for Requiem. That did not happen. He has just a few more games to get through. He needs to at least get through, I feel like 4, 2, and 3 specifically, though. Literally make that shit available or sell those items. Like, okay, yeah, PR package, but also sell some of those items as like the limited edition, like maybe only 50 made, 100 made. But like, no. Resident Evil, Resident. No, Resident. That was me trying to press my end button. It wasn't going. Resident Evil. Merch. Let's see. What site do I shop on? I think it's. Oh my god, I forgot the actual Capcom site has shit fucking merch. That shit looks ugly as fuck. They do not have that drip. Graphic design is not their passion, and it is so funny. Let's see. Ugh. Have we go through all of them? Yeah, we went through a lot. Wow. Wow, we did go through all of them. When did we start this, Kai? I feel like we went through them relatively fast. I don't know. I have no sense of time. Like, wow, we really did. We went through them all. Minus the ending of 0 because I said, I ain't fucking doing this. Did the same thing, piss me off. I hate that. Like, I do like PR packages, and I love that. And honestly, if they did these PR packages and there was a proper collector's edition, I would have been completely fine. I wouldn't have been mad. I would have still been like, but I want it. But that's okay. Nah. Just Geek. I think that's the that's the website I shop on. I always forget the name of it. But like when you don't do a lot for the actual fan base and then you give all these influencers and some people who do actually like Resident Evil that are influencers, and then people who are just like, oh, these people are really popular and they play games, but they don't like Resident Evil as much. Like, it's not like their big thing, but they appreciate it. But then they get it too. It's like, well, I don't have a big collection, but I know people who have a whole wall of Resident Evil stuff with costume pieces and everything. They would have loved that. Most likely, people will probably sell a lot of stuff from the PR packages, because that does happen. There's 7 and 8 far quicker than expected. Faster because, oh my god, yeah. And we didn't do everything in 6, but we still did a good chunk. Like, even getting through 2 stories in 6 is crazy, because we did get through them really fast, because with me and Nikki, it would take like 2 streams to get through, I think, 1 or like halfway through 1 chapter in, not chapter, 1 story. It was really bad. But yeah, 7 and 8 are really easy for me. 7 really went really fast. I think it's because I had the infinite ammo, which was just crazy. I didn't expect it to go that fast. It felt really short. I think because like, I have played it a lot, but like, it's never felt that short before. If I had to give out press packs, you'd be probably 1 or 2 a minute. I love that. Thank you, Steve. Also, hi, Steve. I hope you're doing well. Person that bought me here. Oh, brought me years on Capcom certified streamer list. Why can't I be? I don't have a lot of followers, and I don't have a lot of retention rate of viewer count in a sense of what they want, which does happen a lot. I've tried to sign up for so many creator programs, but it really sucks signing up for those because they only want really high numbers, and I'm like, okay, I do respect that, But also, how are the little guys supposed to grow without some help? Also, hi, Liker, how are you? So into Magic the Gathering, she wouldn't be able to stop. Please. I do love Magic the Gathering. I don't actually play, but I used to dabble in it a little bit, and then I got yelled at by my brother because I was using his cards. So then I never picked it up again. Hey, so I can buy a replica key of the Resident Evil 4 Way Shrine key. It's $32. Should we buy that? I love replicas. I really do want those figures, but the fact that those two figures look and they're $430 essentially each is crazy. Just send fake numbers, but then they're gonna cross-check. They're gonna cross-check, Junior, and I won't have those numbers. Any faster? I feel like you did. I think it's because with me and Nikki, whenever we play, Doc, is that we are two very easily distracted people. Also, I'll shame her for it. The first time that we did it on stream, there was a good portion of Leon and Helena section that she was on a phone call because a boy called her. Boy way in the day, not the actual boy now, who I like and approve of, but like a bitch ass one from a long time ago. But he called her, and so she just muted and stayed on the call. And I was like, why would you dare answer? We're literally playing a game. We're literally live on the stream playing a game, and you answered a phone call. So it's just me. But we do get really distracted and easily distracted, so it does take us a lot more time. That's what I'm saying, Nash. It was a weird one. There was a lot of weird ones. It was a lot of weird ones. You can send me magic cards. Yes, you can, Quiet. I do really love them. I really wanted to get the Hatsune Miku ones, but those ones were, the heathens got to them. They ate them so fast. So love replicas? But if they made out of metal... Let's see if this is made out of metal. Description. 500 pieces worldwide, limited. Okay, it doesn't tell me what it's made out of, actually. It tells me the size. It only tells me the size, not the material. What if I'm allergic to it? Like, come on, you gotta tell me. You gotta tell me. Wait for it. I'm so fucking excited. I am so fucking, like, it's hitting me more and more now, Kai, and I'm so, like, I am very exhausted today, and, like, my brain's just like, okay, just, like, today, and then I can, like, rest and not wake up. No, tomorrow is Resident Evil. I am going to, my brain's just like, oh, I should wear this outfit tomorrow. No, I'm wearing this outfit today. I can't repeat outfits on stream. Day-to-day life, I can. I don't know what to wear tomorrow. I feel like I need to be festive for it. But also, it's been really fucking warm. So I need to battle the warmth. Maybe we dress up in RPT colors. I'll see what I have. I'll see what I can do. I'm so fucking excited. No, Kai, that's me as fuck. Me every time I say, ew, boys. Women. But I know damn well I prefer men over women because women really scare me. They're just really pretty. Leon cosplay? I could. I'm just not throwing on a wig because it's way too fucking warm. And so your help says the person who has constantly reminded me to focus. Yeah, but okay, we locked in. We locked in when we played Resident Evil 6, not 5. Oh, well, actually. Did anybody help with 5? No, it was just Pseudo at the start. Wow. To cosplay, you'd be good as Jill. True, I do have the short hair. Oh, I guess I'll do the RPD colors because Jill is also blue. I'll see what I have. I don't really wear blue, so I only have a few blue pieces. Oh yeah, Pokemon Day tomorrow. So today we have, of course, it is Resident Evil Day still because we are playing Revelation, and also for California, 9 p.m. Not Revelations, Requiem comes out. I'm not allowed to touch it though, just pre-downloaded. But also it is Stardew Day today because in about 30 minutes the stream is gonna go up. I'll probably try to start gaming around that time, at least to set it up, but I'm gonna let Kai stay focused on that. Because I need the information, so somebody needs to stay focused on it. But then tomorrow is Resident Evil Requiem Day. I'm so fucking excited. My chopped liver. Well, every man is chopped liver. Cannibalism. I hope you're feeling better today, Turnip. You know, I'll be focused. Yeah. Like, I will lock into getting the game up, getting all set up, and I will sit in the call. If you need to stay locked into your fucking little Stardew stream, you better, because I need that info. I need the info. I know they said on the little post that it's at the end of the video when they're gonna release the new marriage candidates. It's at the end. I'm pretty sure that's what it said. At least that's what it seems like it. If it's actual true, who knows? Who fucking knows? No, you're not allowed to. Was feeling better? Good, feel better. I say cannibalism to all men. Cannibalism. Fuck it. Why not? Chopped liver? I suck. You don't. You don't. No, I've known him for 3 years and we're hanging out for 2 days. And I was like, are we dating? Like, yeah, I think so. I hate the uncertainty, but I don't know why. That seems very appropriate of a man. Not all men. I feel like a turn up here would be very direct and be like, yes, we are. In that type of situation. A couple other people here too would agree, but as my best friend's boy, I feel like he would also like, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's how it works. I could see him saying that. So yeah. But also, woo! Have you on my phone and started on my laptop? Fuck yeah. It's wild. I've known Quiet for years. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it's even like crazy for the fact of how long I've known some of people here, like how long you guys been following. It's crazy. Thing happened to me. That's crazy. I can see that with your man. Have I actually? I have. Nash. I had to think for a second. I was like, have I actually met your boy? Pretty sure. We just don't see him that often. That's the thing. I only ever hear, yeah. Like, I only really hear about your man's. Truthfully and honestly. Are we gonna force him to go to Run Fair? Because most likely, I think Alec is gonna go. Nearly 2 years is crazy. Had the express shipping risk. Express shipping risk. Fuck yeah. Fuck it up, Quiet. Mother Miranda cosplay? I could. Mother Miranda has no part in this, but I could. I'm telling you, I put on that eyeshadow, and when I got home, I was like, I see the vision. I see the vision. Especially slicking back my hair, like, I see the vision. I don't want my hair to be slicked back today, though. My bangs have hit a good point where they, like, fluff out like this, and I'm like, nice. I know, I'm trying to get him out of the house. Yeah, I feel like that fucker never leaves. I had bad anxiety with crowds. Maybe he'll, if he did. That's fair. Because we can all carpool. I don't have a big car, but Nikki and Alec does. So they can drive us all, and we will all fit. We might just take more cars too. Who knows? But he should. It's really fun. Do you know that for sure? Wait, no, what for sure? The stupidity hit of like, what were we talking about? What? As I'm interrogating Nash. That menace? That menace. What was I talking about? Miranda isn't in this. Oh, ignore my last message. Still Mother Miranda. Lady Dimitrescu cosplay would be really fun simply because I love her dress, but I could never do that. I really did want to dress up as one of the sisters when I played with Kai. I think I forgot about that idea, and also I don't have the stuff for making that. Ethan Winters. I miss Ethan Winters. Sis, when does the pre-order close for this? Oh, it doesn't come out until next year. The pre-order for the Leon and the Grace figures, they don't come out until next year. You did. I was talking about me wanting to dress up as one of the sisters when we were playing through it, but I didn't. Be Big Busty said I couldn't do that shit. I couldn't do that shit. What else is on this playlist? This is just a repeat. I do like what's the main one. Also, it's just my headphones finally because my ears were really hurting and these fuckers were actually dying. And I also need to not actually kill them because they were kind of struggling a little bit recently and I don't know why. So I'm trying not to hurt them. So they're going away for a little bit. But also, hello Justin, how are you? But I also have a huge cut on this ear now. I can show it. I don't have a cut on this ear, but like this part here, this part of my ear, has a whole slice underneath and to the top. So it really fucking hurts. Doesn't hurt as bad today. How bad does it look? How bad does it look? How? Oh, you may wonder, Nash. Loki, I was smothering Loki, and then he took off like a fucking race car and stuck his back paw into my ear and then pushed. So my cat gave me a new piercing. It's literally where the piercing would be for right here. Fucking hurts. So I guess I'm never gonna get a piercing there. Justin, how are you? I need to message you. I meant to do it yesterday. No, that's a lie. I meant to do that on Tuesday. I forgot yesterday was Wednesday. And then my Baldur's Gate group messaged me and I was like, oh my god, it's fucking Wednesday. It's Baldur's Gate night. We did not play. One of my friends fell asleep and then I left and then he woke up and they were like, get back in here. And I was like, but I was about to go play golf now with my friends. And they said he might have fallen back asleep again. And I said, just tell him to go to bed. He needs sleep. Ungrateful child. That's what I'm fucking saying. I give this child love and appreciation. And what does he do? Run my ear over. I want to say, I have to look at this screen if I want to show it. But like, it fucking hurts. Oh my god, I can see it. Because I can see the little red mark of it. Holy shit. Yeah, anyway, so he did me. Ungrateful Loki child. I love him. Love him so much. I buy Carly pinup figure. What does it look like? Possibly. Carefully putting my earbud back in. I literally had my like headbands that I wear for when I wash my face. I just had that in my hair on my head for a while because it was still bleeding and I was like, I need to fix this. Mochi, however, is not an ungrateful child, but she is sleeping in my chair. She just cracked open one eye. That scared me. Deep, 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 deep. Let's see. I'm so excited about Stardew. Yeah, you make you right. I really want the stupid bathing suit ones that U2's came out with for the Baldur's Gate cast. So funny. Posted. Okay. As another funny. Oh, the bathing suit one. Okay, say one. Yes, you should. She's so cute. She's literally so cute. When I was playing Warframe. Hold on. My other slipper was like gone under my desk. When I was playing Warframe, when I got to 1999, there was this one character that appeared. His name's Victor. And I didn't think anything about it. I was like, why the fuck is he shirtless? And I was like, okay. And then you do some missions and he's yelling at you because he's the enemies. He's one of the enemies, and so you fight his men. And I was hearing him talk and I was like, why the fuck does he sound like Heisenberg? Like he sounds just like Heisenberg. And so then I was just like, let me look on the side. Because then I was talking to Jordy about it. I looked, yeah, it's Heisenberg. Neil has two voices in the game. He's Fibonacci. He's Fibonacci, and he's Victor, who's just a shirtless tech guy who's just yells at you all the time. But he just Fibonacci is more of Starian, little tweaked type voice. Victor is just Heisenberg. That was just Heisenberg talking to me in the game. And I was like, welcome back, Heisenberg. Welcome back. So that's still so funny to me. Oh yeah, what the frick is this? They were talking about that the other day. I want to go look. I love Heisenberg, bro. I love Heisenberg. That's what that is. What is this? Oh, it's that game. Is it this one? Yeah, Server Slam. Okay, yeah, it is this. They were talking about some Server Slam yesterday, and I'm like, what is this? Do you love Heisenberg or do you like Neil's voice? I will counter with that of I love Heisenberg and I love Neil's voice. So yes. I like to mod that turns Heisenberg to Kurt Cobain. That is so fucking funny that that's a fucking mod. I almost just thought, did I tell you guys that I found my Allen? No, I found my Allen while I was on stream. Also, I did in fact use Allen as a bookmark in this book. Because I read the little the prologue, not the prelogue. I really wanted to say prelogue. I was like, that's not right. I read the prologue, and that's why Allen was in there. I can't believe he was in there. But I love Heisenberg. I love Heisenberg so much. I love him. I love him so much. I love Resident Evil so much. I love Resident Evil. Hey, bud. How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm living off of the high of... I smacked the shit out of y'all. I'm living off the high of Resident Evil Requiem comes out technically tonight for me, but tomorrow. Closer to Neil's voice because you like Heisenberg and Astarion. True. I mean, I do like both of them. I mean, I don't love Fibonacci. He's very funny. Fibonacci is so funny. I also hate Victor. It was just Heisenberg's voice. But also, no, Astarion's just a little fucking shit, and I love his personality. It's a red flag. Heisenberg's also a red flag, as B has called me out,
I really
unfortunately.
enjoy when trees are chopped down and cut up into smaller pieces. Guess you could say in prologue.
Your prologue. I hate that. No, B has called me out that I like a lot of the red flags in animes. I wonder if... Oh, I should have... I don't think Like, I love this man, and there's a man with literal fire hair from Windbreaker that... Junior. Yes. Junior, you're gonna be the first one to roll, so you can leave as fast as you can. Junior got an 18, 16, and a 3. I hope that food, if you do buy it, tastes good. I don't know if you actually did get it or not. If not, have a good, wonderful day at work. I don't want Pitbull right now. It's not Mr. Worldwide Pitbull. Don't worry, I would never skip over Mr. Worldwide Pitbull. First up is Turnip. 11, 5, and 4. You're still sick.
A lumberjack walks into the
makes
woods,
sense.
pick a tree, and is about to chop it down. The tree yells, "Wait, stop, I'm a talking tree."
Okay, quiet. 13, 4, and 3. You're doing really good, but you're not down with Kai yet, so it's just that, like, balance of, like, I'm not there. But soon...
The lumberjack stops, thinks, and says, "Then you will dialogue."
You will dialogue, yes. Tasted good, but it wasn't feeling... Oh, that's so sad. At least it tasted good. At least there's that, Junior. Oh, how unfortunate, though. How unfortunate. Okay, next up is Kai. 6, 3, and 1. Makes sense. Probably also bad, like, joint day. But also quiet isn't there, so that makes sense. That Alex Juniors. Next up is Doc. Nat 2016 and Nat 1. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Fuck my life. You're just sick, Turnip, okay? You're just sick. It's in here, it's a bad day. Exactly. And it like it's Resident Evil Day, but it's not the Resident Evil Day, you know? So it's just some day. Just some day. But we are getting Stardew, but it's not here yet. That's fair. Today is okay, this tickles now. Ow. Something's tickling right where the freaking scratches. At least you care, yeah. Sorry, that was not believable. Yeah. That's because unturned okay. Something was tickling right where the line of fire is, and I was just genuinely trying to like sweep away anything that was there. Of course I care. Sick isn't fun, you gotta get better. It's not good, not 20 hours. My brain juice just stopped. I know, I saw your little rant. I hope you're doing well. It's okay. Brain juice is bad. It's fine. It's okay. You also did get a nat 1. So the day is what you make of it. Yeah, you're almost, it's like quiet is almost there already. Okay, I'll stop touching you. She's gonna eat me alive. I want you to know Mochi literally was on my arm sleeping last night until this morning. And she was comfy as can be. She was like, this is a great fucking pillow. We're gonna stay right here. In about an hour, he'll be here. Oh my god, he's gonna show up in the middle of Requiem. What a great fucking time. What a great fucking time. What a great fucking day for you, guy. Damn. Well, I'm gonna traumatize everyone here. Gonna make it to everyone in there that I know. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. I really want to sit down. She's really comfy, though. I can't. Oh, I can. Sorry, just moving around so I can put my leg up on that and rest it like it's a stool. Boom, she move off. No! You can't do that. Can't do that. You can't do that. I was about to make the joke, but you can't do that. What about the children? And then the children reminded me of Poppy Playtime, and I'm watching Mark play it. And like at the same time as I don't want to play it, there's some really fucked up shit that happens in this Poppy Playtime chapter that I'm like, man, fuck it. Maybe I do play it. Maybe I do spend the $20 and fucking buy it. But somebody did point out it's added up to like $70 or $80 so far. And it's gonna be I think it's 60, and then it's gonna add up to 70 or 80 by the end of it. And I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous. But also, I really want to play it now, but because Nicole Tompkins is in it. For those who don't know who Nicole Tompkins is, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Some of you should. But if you don't know her name, hold on, I'll let you know who she is. Nicole Tompkins! Nicole! Nicole! I may love her just a little bit. This was for a cat though, and my friend got it for me. But I love Nicole. I love Nicole. Also Carlos, who didn't write anything. But Jill did. So I didn't know Nicole was in Poppy Playtime, and her story is fucked up in it. Yeah, Nicole, there she is. She's so cute. I didn't even realize it was her. But I love her. Totally has been worth. I don't know. Let me put those down. Like, I think at the end of the day, I think $15 I would have bought this one. And yeah, it's only $5 more, but it doesn't. Stepping on. I don't know. Part of me feels like, yeah, okay, it makes sense. It's been all the parts, but it's the fact that it's been coming out as chapters, but like the game isn't done, and now we're getting to full price money of a game. So essentially now, in the total of it all, it's going to be the same cost as a full AAA game. So say like Resident Evil Requiem, and with that knowledge, I'm like, that's not worth it. I just want to play it myself though. It's so fucked up and evil. And now I gotta go dig into the lore again. And I'm very excited about digging into the lore. I love the lore. But also there are a lot of things in it that I'm like so let down on. But also I think Nicole did such a great job and I want to support her. She did a great job. Wonderful job. People are also like, she's hot. She is. $5 can be a deal breaker. I have a limit. If it's 20 or less, I don't mind blowing it off as jump stuff. However, 25 for me is... Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Usually $20 is still just like, oh yeah, I'll just spend it. And usually now it's within 10 to 15 that I'm like, I'll drop it no matter what. Sorry. She's getting very mad at me. I'll take my foot off the chair. But yeah, I think it's just because like I really thought this was the last chapter. If this was the last chapter, I would have dropped that $20 no matter what. But you're telling me it's not? Sorry, Mochi. I just need to really rest my leg, okay? My foot hurts from standing on it last night while playing Deadlock for too long, as usual. But like, I think it's really the fact that this isn't the end game. But this new chapter, Steam wishlist, and wait for it. That's what I'm thinking. Because like, if they do something that really brings me in for the last chapter, because I don't even know if the next chapter is going to be the last chapter. Okay, I need a hero. I actually have headphones that are really loud now, and she's like screaming in my ears. But if like next chapter is the last chapter, I wouldn't mind backtracking and playing through this chapter and then playing through that chapter. I don't know if these ever go on sale. I feel like they do. I've never really paid attention because I just own them anyways. But like, I had issues with chapter 3. But chapter 3 was the last chapter that I really loved because I loved Catnap and that she was so horrifying. I didn't like it. You were being stalked the entire fucking time, and that was scary. Chapter 4, the one I had a lot of trouble with, I did not like. There was some fucked up lore, and I like learning about the lore, but like overall, I didn't like it. I didn't like chapter 4. So like I want the lore for chapter 5, but like at what cost? $20? I don't think I do. $10? You're right. Everything does go on sale, so it has to eventually. Let me go ahead and put that. I was so excited for it. I really thought it was the end game. My ear is really fucking hurting. I think I hit it. A little bit. Poppy playtime. Because the first one was free. Oh, the first one's free? The first one's free? The first one's free? It's on my wish list. The first one's free. Where the hell my husband? Where the hell my husband? Where the hell my Heisenberg? The first one is free. And I'm saying that with shock because I paid $5 for that. Truth be told, it is worth $5, a short horror game like that, but now it's free. Now you're telling me it's free? Give me that $5 off on this new chapter and I'll buy it. give me my $5 back. If you make that shit free, Frit, give me my $5 back. I want my $5 back. You don't get my money anymore. Except I really want to buy that catnap plushie. I've been wanting that since chapter 3. That little shit was so fucking cute. I love him and I feel so bad for him. Maybe if Lollipop Chainsaw. $30 is too much? So wait, real as hell. Sometimes $30, even sometimes 20, depending on like the timing of it, can be a little too much. I haven't watched gameplay yet for the new chapter, but very sad about the direction they're going. Yeah, okay, Nash, even you as a not like a gamer, like you're just watching. Me too. Also, because we talked about this on Monday, because I was supposed to play it Monday, and then I was like, I don't want to spend $20 for this. It was set up as the last chapter, right? Like, this was supposed to be the last chapter, and it's not. Like, I feel like I just read the room wrong, and they never actually said that, but like, I feel like it was set up like that. What was I gonna look up? Every time I stand with my hands like this, I feel like the guy with the white shoes on the sidewalk. That's what I feel like. Where are you from? I'm from Southern California. That's where I'm from. Welcome in. Welcome in, Leon. I love Leon. But welcome in. We're mad yapping right now. Like the lore for so long, but seeing the mechanics and stuff getting boring. Yeah, okay. Same. That's how I feel, Nash. I feel like that too. It just feels boring. And even watching Mark play it, because I love Mark, so I'm gonna watch him play it. There's some stuff that I'm like, man, I really want to see that. But like watching him do some of the puzzles right now, I'm like, this is so boring. I don't like this. She's from my dreams. She's from my dreams. No. Really curious, right? What's your best life? Ooh, life advice? How do I put this into words? Live for yourself. Live for yourself. If you want to do it, you go for it. Don't matter about what society or people want you to do. Just have fun. It's your life. You got one. Right, everything thrice. I feel like it definitely was a setup that way. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Because also Steve thought that too, Nash. And Steve was genuinely shocked too, as well, of it's not the last chapter? I really thought, because last chapter had me on the fence. Are you dating? Nay. The last chapter pissed me off so much because it bugged so much. It's not, yeah. It bugged so much and it broke, and that doughy fight was so fucking annoying. Did it before? Yes. Dude, chapter 3, genuinely, I had some problems with chapter 3, but because I tend to break the game, and it's really sad because I have broken it like almost every chapter, and it just is ways that it shouldn't break. So there's that. But chapter 3 overall has been like my favorite one. Bias to Catnap because I love Catnap. But that chapter was really good. 4, shit, and 5 seems like there's some really cool things in it that I'm like, okay, I like this. We're getting into the deeper lore. But now it's like, okay, how many more do we got though? It's your best relationship advice. How do I put this into words? Almost like the life advice. Go for what you want. If you're not feeling it anymore, like follow like what you feel. Don't let anybody gaslight you. You love fully. That's a good one. I'm like, essentially with life advice and relationship advice, follow what you want. Follow your heart. Obviously, don't hurt anybody like drastically in the process, but like, if you're not feeling something anymore, then that's fine. If you're feeling something, that's fine. If you don't like this one specific thing and it's going to annoy you for the rest of your life, maybe that's not a great pairing, and that's fine. God, communicating is so important. Don't stress the small things, but do them. Don't let them pile up, but don't stress over them. That's a good one. I always like to live your life as if it was the last day. What's your age? I am 28. String is annoying me. I need to tie it. Don't watch a new chapter later. Yeah, I've been watching Mark play it. He did get distracted by one of the characters that it looked like Patrick Star, which I completely see it, but people in the chat were like, no, no, it don't. And so he went on a whole side tangent. It's very funny, Nash. Nice. Okay. My lace. But my cat. Good enough. Dude, why did you have your paw attached to that? Okay. Don't look 28. Shake it. Oh, wait, thank you. I am. I'm old. Nobody believes me that I'm old, though. You look like 18. Checks out. Yeah. I do look very young. And I take it as a win. It's a big compliment. Also, I'm a very young spirit. Because, like, you might as well. I don't have to be living like I'm about a fucking... Like, I need to be an adult. No. I want to have fun. I'm going to have fun. It was a little scary, but entirely what I expected. Yeah. I do like how the prototype looked, but with like the past things with Catnap Shrine and everything, it was underwhelming after having that information. Such good energy. Oh, thank you. I try my best. I'm just a silly little guy. As some of my friends have said, I am just the sunshine. I am the sun. I am yellow. I'm just a... Well, don't do that with your... I'm here for a good time. And to make sure everybody else has a good time. I'm so cool. You're so cool. You're so awesome. You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later. I love the audio. I was gonna look up something. Oh, catnap. I want to see if they still have that catnap. Catnap. Blush. I don't want the wiki. Hold on. Knowing them, they should still have that plush. Because that's gonna make the money. They do still have the plush. Oh, I could get 10% off, so I can get it for like $30. I really want that catnap plush. Because I would put him up on the back. He's really cute. I really love Catnap. Catnap's story was truly like horrifying, and then you slowly go through it and it becomes so depressing. And I loved that with chapter 3. Your best advice to a 17-year-old? Don't stress. There's someone who usually comes back here all the time that has a lot of stress with like how high schoolers, the rest of his classmates are treating them and everything about that. But it's like, Liv, you're still young. You have so much to learn. Make mistakes. It's okay. Obviously, don't go out and kill somebody. Don't do that. That's a really big mistake. That's a mistake don't make. But overall, true. It's okay to make mistakes because I'm a person who holds on to things for far too long, and like the littlest mistakes I've made, I sometimes will still think about it years past. But it really is like, it's okay. You are young. Even when you turn 20, you are 0 in adult years. You are still learning, and it is okay. Tiny Huggy Wuggy? I do love Huggy Wuggy. I like Kissy Missy. She's fucking badass, bro. Exactly what Kai said. Because I was just talking to a friend about that, too. Oh my god. I've heard a cold embrace of death. No. No, you're not allowed to. I can't believe it's the man, the myth, the legend. Sir, how long is this thing gonna be? Oh my god. Really fucking hurt. You have Insta? Yes, it should be somewhere on here. It's the same as my username here, truth be told. It should be connected somewhere. My ear is starting to really hurt. I might have to go take medicine. There'll be the kissy missy to my huggy wuggy. Yes! As I like point my little toes together and my little fingers. Of course, Nash. Ehehehehe. What are we cutting outside? Huh. Rather interesting. Anyways, Catnap is still my favorite. I forgot the dog's name. His end of his story was really sad. But like, I'm really intrigued about this chapter. I don't want to spoil anything for you, Nash, but Girl with Braids, her whole story is really fucking cool. And that's kind of what's pulling me back in of like, oh, maybe I want to see that. But I think I'll do what Doc said and just see if it goes on sale sometime, because now I'm pissed off. I want my $5 back. If you made that shit free, why did I pay $5 for it? I want it for free. I want those $5 back. Probably watch today before work. Hell yeah, I've been slowly watching through it because it really is boring at some points. I also think it's just the fact that Mark got distracted and then my brain got distracted because I'm like, you're not locked in. I'm not locked in. Not locked in together. Magic, good luck with magic. Eat them. Eat them. What's your actual job? Currently right now, I work as entertainment costuming for Disney. For the parks. For the resort. For Disneyland. Because I am a theater kid. That's what I do. I do acting. I need to start just saying I am an actor. Because I am. I know what I do. That's what I want to do. But yeah. Should try modeling. Honestly, back in the day, would never fucking think about that. Because I was not confident. But now I'm like, I think I could. Now I think I could. So I really should. I wouldn't mind modeling. I think it'd be really fun. I like taking pictures too. I have to learn to play magic? Okay, what do you mean by you have to learn? Who's making you learn magic? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Like, what do you mean you have to? Josh, that makes sense. That makes sense. You should learn to play the One Piece card game with me. I need to get new sleeves, and so I might go out and buy some cards maybe this weekend. But because I don't even have enough cards to make a deck, bro, it sucks. So I'm gonna buy a starter pack. Legally, I have to learn magic. Essentially, that's what Nash is saying too. Nash legally has to learn magic. You and Nash in the same boat. You should try acting. I do acting. It is so freaking hard. I actually should check the stuff. It is so freaking hard, like getting auditions and whatnot. My biggest peeve is getting an agent, but because I have a demo reel, but I don't really like it. But I can't really like build a new demo reel until you get more material to put in. So like it's a process. But I do love acting. I do love it a lot. Would love to do voice acting. That's just a whole nother like little um that's a whole other thing to try to get to. Could you just say or type your Insta account? It's the same as my username here, so Savas Comic. Got him, ooh. Do acting. Document child. She said doo-doo. She said doo-doo. I'm actually just checking my websites. I hit the wrong button. I don't expect anything here, but you never know. I feel like you just woke up the sleeper agent in Coco. Now I'm curious. Oh. Oh, that set's so pretty. Wait, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. Her card is so pretty. Good evening. Starting from visiting my grandmother. She made, ooh, fries with steak. Okay. Made from scratch, starting from potatoes. And she made, ooh, mayo from scratch too. Fuck yeah, that's good. A good meal. Magic deck at some point? Honestly, me too, Kai. Not necessarily magic, but mine is One Piece. But like, I need to actually buy a proper deck. Let me do fires roll. 11, 11, and a 1. 1 is because you are entirely full, tired, but everything else is good. You had a good meal. It's just the ending of the song when nothing happens. Okay, this will do. So hard for me to force myself to get into stuff. Can't do it if I don't want it. No, that's real as hell. That's why I haven't gotten into certain stuff, because I'm like, no, I don't want to. And then the person asks too many times, and then out of spite, I don't. Possibly. I don't really follow anybody back. Only my friends, really. I'll take a look, so I'm not gonna open my phone right now anyways. Exactly. Food does wonders for the mental health. Hee 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 hee. Fresh mayo, like, from scratch is crazy. I love that. Thank you. Thank you for that prime. It's been 36 months.
Fine Thai, fine Thai, fine Thai.
I need to make sure I requested the day off for to see Ado. Dude, I'm so excited to see Ado, Joel. I'm so fucking excited. So sorry. Hi Gray. How are you? Cheap
Fenty,
ever
Fenty, Fenty.
crispy. We love it. We love it. I think I have. Truth be told, I think I might just have to call out anyways, because I think I'm just gonna get scheduled anyways. Ouchie. Prediction for the game? Okay, so the rundown for today. No, I think I'm going to talk about predictions tomorrow, because I'm not going to play Requiem until tomorrow, because it comes out at 9 p.m. tonight. I have so many fucking predictions. I have a lot of things that are sitting in my head. Do we want to talk about predictions? I also should probably start Revelations. But also the Stardew stream is going off right now. So I know a couple of goobers are locked into that. Getting hungry? Get yourself some food. Have you had breakfast? It's 11 a.m. Nash. But I do have a lot of predictions for this game. I was already white. I was already white about it being Sherry when we first heard her, but now we actually saw her. And by saw her, I mean the back of her head and hands. I have predictions about that. So waiting a minute. Okay. Locked in on arting. Fuck yeah, as you should. Just decided to restart. What the freak? Your phone's weird as fuck, Doc. It does weird things. Fuck yeah. 10 out of 10. Fuck yeah. But yeah, I have a lot of predictions. Okay, I'm gonna close that. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna get the game up. I'm gonna get Kyan here, and then I'm gonna go run and get some more coffee and also medicine because my ear's starting to hurt just a little bit. Resident Evil Revelations. Save that shit. I am underwater. Help. I love that. That silly little thing. That one more time. Okay, there's that. Gonna unmute that. Gonna get that. I'm gonna go steal the goober. Then we're gonna get the game up. Karlak. Hello.
Hi.
How
I am fucking locked in.
good.
They are like concerned. They've been showing like old builds of the game before it came out right
Yeah.
now. And it's so fucking cool. There was gonna be like
This one.
prisons and shit.
I
It was
no
gonna
lie.
be
I
so
had this
cool.
stream up. I had the stream up. I was just looking. I was like, wow.
Mhm.
Look at this.
Mhm.
I'm gonna leave you though in a second. Abandoning my bear. I should have waited till this game was fully open. Okay.
Yeah. Ah.
Abandoning my bear.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Ah. Ah.
There we go.
Gaming.
You know? Okay, I'm gonna take off this headphone. So I can't hear you anymore. I'm gonna leave the eye staring at you. The eyes watching you.
I'm being looked up. I'm being looked at. It's scary. That's fucked up and evil.
Watching you. The eye just wants to see the Stardew stream. Okay, that's all.
I'll put up the Stardew stream for Nessie. God, I can't wait to find out the new people. The new people in here. Like, I can't fucking wait. I need Stardew. I need Stardew. God, I want to play Stardew. I need more Stardew in my life. I will. Yeah, I do. Ah, don't perceive me, Coco. No! Coco, don't do that. I am far too locked into Stardew right now. Can't believe I'm being perceived. This is fucked up and evil. Turnip, you're so cool. I'm being perceived, gang. I don't know how to feel about this.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Sorry, excuse me. I'm very tired. I've done a lot of things today. There's a new Mass Effect coming out? I thought they finished with Mass Effect with that DLC that Sarah never ended up playing. There's a new one? No, be quiet. I'm gonna hug you. I'm gonna hug you. I can't wait. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow when I can grab you. The new Mass Effect better come out somewhat soon. It better. Yeah, I'm surprised that they even announced it, to be honest, at this point. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, love, take care. You go luck. You go beat up Graven Mutton, Magic. You go beat them up. Is that all we know? Is that all we know about the game? That's fucking wild. Bless you.
Oh. Very much.
Bless you, huh?
That's what
Hello. Hi.
Pestilence antidote.
Hi.
We have some GG subs today. I haven't drank it in so
Yay.
long and I'm so eepy. It's just like quiet. I'm gonna sit in a void and with blanket and cards. Lock the fucking soul.
It's because he's an old man.
Yeah.
It's because he's an old man. He's got a blanket on his lap, you know.
Old.
Probably.
Oh.
He's old.
Oh no, so far as. Wait, Mass Effect.
Apparently there was a used a while back.
I like was seeing Doc's thing of like it's an early production. I was like, okay, what's he talking about? But I heard like, wait, I know that galaxy. And then it said Krogan's War. I was like, I know that information. Oh my god. I love you, Nat. I'll see you later. Well, I won't really see you later, but I'll talk to you later. I'll see you next week. Oh, I need to take medicine. Also, Mochi left. I can sit down. I'm free. I'm free from standing.
Yippee!
Yippee.
Resident Evil Revelation.
Fucking cutscene. And there's gonna be a cutscene that I skip as well. So old. Yeah, no. Quiet's definitely the oldest person here. Ancient. Oldest. Nobody here.
We're not looking at like Grey being
No.
what like we're not looking at how old Grey is.
No, Gray's so young. Gray's just a little baby. Newborn, actually.
Grey, how was it going at school with all the dinosaurs?
Hey, okay. Campaign.
It's fine. He knows I love him.
My dog barking? I don't know how to take out my one headphone to hear. I can't put in my other headphone. I put Neosporin on my ear.
Previously,
Neosporin.
Bite it.
Bite it. Don't bite it. My cat already did, basically. We're bullies all of them. Bullies,
It makes
all of
sense.
them.
It makes
We
sense.
fought back. Now the relics of the old past. Oh, I see. Oh, I had to press a button. How many? Oh, sorry. The game started, and I was like, "Oh, excuse you, sir. We were talking." And I was having a conversation on the side. How many
Looks like you
layers
missed a few.
deep down to the earth would we
And
find
they're
these
on this
relics?
ship.
And now
The
they
relics
want
of
to use
At
the
least
virus
one.
to stage another attack.
At least when?
They seek the truth about Terra Grigia
One or more, you know.
and vengeance.
Yeah. Maybe 3.
Yo, we get to
6?
see Consandape's cats.
Oh,
Jill, look at this.
I'm taking a screenshot of the two cats and the dog on the screen for you.
comm system needs the
Also-
manpower.
So you get to see his pets.
We need to bring the engine room back
Um,
online. That won't be
we got
easy.
out of the cutscene and now I'm in the game. I'm already zoomed into my sniper. I don't know why I was zoomed into my
I
sniper.
hardly know her.
That's what I'm saying. I hardly know her. The communication systems have been destroyed too. I don't know why I put pause there.
Oh, the stream. No, the stream. My stream broke.
No.
Yeah, this is fucked up.
Fucked up. Now do I gotta bring it up on my freaking?
I got it. It's okay. I got it. It's okay. I got it. Please tell me I haven't missed it.
Open sesame. God, I fucking hate this game. I love it. I mean, I didn't have a 3DS, but I have a DS. I should have bought this game, played it on there, and then like turned myself around so you guys were like over my shoulder looking at my DS. And that's how we should have played this.
Oh my god. Yes.
Oh, Raymond.
He's opening the envelope. He's opening the envelope
Like
for the
you
marriage
said,
candidates.
turning on
I'm pausing this game.
He's opening them. He's opening them. Who the fuck are they?
Open faster, sir.
Fuck off.
Why
Fuck off.
him? I opened it as he had it.
No!
Sandy, I'll take.
Sandy I'll take, but fuck
Lind? What the fuck wants to romance him?
Clint?
I want to marry
Who
the
wants to
fucking
romance
wizard, bro.
Clint? I need the wizard. I need the wizard.
Everybody is upset about Clint.
Ugh.
That's so upsetting, though. Turn up. Who wants to marry Clint? Even if you like men. Who? Me. Kai. Who would we ever? When would we ever?
I don't want to marry Clint.
We don't even want to marry Shane.
He's weird. He's weird to Emily.
Yeah.
Why would I want to marry him? He's weird.
At least we can lock into this game now, but God, now I'm upset. Sandy, though, very excited about that. I think that's cute.
that key.
I want to marry Sandy. That is fair. Yeah. Sandy, I will gladly take. That's a good choice. Oh, wait, to lift the birch.
First. You didn't see any other FPC members here, did you? I can't reach.
I really want to play this on the DS, actually. I want to see what this looks like.
I heard from her since you went to the bilge.
Where am I going? How do I? Oh no, it's like. No, there we go. I was like, which button is it? Where the fuck is my destination? Current location? I know that. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god. I know it wasn't gonna be the wizard. I bet Clint will have a weird. I am curious to see how. Oh my god, somebody else in my house sneezed. I'm curious to see how that relationship thing's gonna go, but like, that's
Should we look for this Rachel woman?
awful. Rachale.
But after we bring back the ship's power.
No, we're the wrong one. Oh, you want
Clint? Why?
the way you said that, the way like your voice like dropped off, sounded like like you were writing like a twit long. Why is it him? Like Shane, he exists. He paints chicken. He paints his chickens.
Like, Shane is okay, but like, I don't like him, but like, he's okay. Like, Clint, on the other hand, is actively a creepy weirdo,
He's
and he
actually
can go fuck
creepy.
him.
Also, turn out, I don't think he would give it for tools for cheaper. He's a bitch. He's a rightful bitch. That's a bitch if I've ever seen one. No, you're gonna marry him and he's still gonna talk about Emily. There's a little bit of the GG subs that I see sitting in the corner and I'm like, mix, please.
Right, it's more that you see it, like, there's one cutscene where he's like hiding in a bush spying on her.
So he's so weird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can't I kill those fish?
It's more the like mild stalking that he does that we don't like.
There's a lot of things that I don't like. He charges too much.
Yeah. Can you take the?
Oh, I can't run in this game.
Can the fish be our friends?
I did try to shoot them, but also look, women.
Doc, but you're not
Women.
like that. You're not like Clint.
Creepy weird. Yeah, you're not like Clint.
To women.
Women. Wait.
And I am a women.
I am women. Fish. I am fish. Oh, the EP is like hitting me hard these days.
It's a luxury ship.
Fish.
They have things like casinos.
Why do you say it like that? This is a luxury ship. They have things like casinos. Oh, okay. I want the coin.
Shit, it's been infected. Watch out!
I infected the fish, I want you to know. And suddenly they can go on the land. Oh, oh. I don't know which ones are alive or not. Oh. Hey, my dude, you want to shoot the one that's trying to eat my toes? Are you dead? My guy can't kill one fish. How would you know? How would you? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Finally quieted down a little.
Oh god, Mochi's heading this way.
I see something.
Oh, there's the coin. Hee hee hee. And then we take the coin, and then we take this. Why are you saying that like as if somebody doesn't like you, Turnip?
So, I can get more coins with this? I wish I had
Mochi,
one of
you're
these at
sneezing
home.
on me. Fuck. Ah. What about you? Ah. I'm a winner! Welcome to my gambling addiction. That's enough of that? No, it's not, Joe. I don't want to play the gambling game. That's enough of that. No! She took away my passion. Gambling is not my passion. You can gamble this game, you gamble to a point. Oh. Wait, how much? I forget how much. How much weight? Hold on. Where is this information for it? I forget. Let me read this again. Have you ever played this game, Doc? Oh, 107. Okay. I don't know how many coins I got. Where are you going? I asked my cat where she was going and she just turned and looked at me. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome, welcome. Welcome to me playing gambling games.
Hello. Yeah. Gamble? We get to gamble?
Yeah, I already gambled.
I can gamble?
Jim won't let me gamble more.
Yeah. Gamble.
I think I can gamble more though because I need more coins. I won really fast. I won the jackpot. Scribble memo. Dearest friends, I am at wit's end. I'm sorry, but I must go on ahead. They are sleeping, but they will wake up eventually. Now is my chance. Just thinking about that makes me hair stand at the end. Their ugly bodies are not of this world.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate. fixing my one earbud. I am so fucking excited for Requiem. I am so fucking excited. So you're entirely correct. I am foaming at the mouth. I love this series so much. Clint gives her the ick. Clint is just such a weird. Why? Who? Why did that be Clint?
Why?
Honestly, sad. I mean, I wouldn't want to romance Linus either, but at least he's a decent person, you know? He's just a weird guy. He's a decent person, though.
Honestly, trade Clint for the wizard. Give me the wizard. I need the wizard. I need the wizard.
My dear, he's pulling the same
Every
stupid
single way.
shit. Ooh. Stupid shit he did in Resident Evil 4. I'm so fucking excited. So I love this conversation is mixed between Resident Evil fan or Stardew. Like the polar fucking opposites. If when Leon is the main character, yeah, except I'm scared he might die, but also I'm frog. The frog scared me.
Ouch.
Frog.
Frog.
I'm scared because he's infected and it's whatever.
He's our friend. What do you mean? I named him.
Oh, I shot him. Oh, I shot him again. Hello? Hatch? Okay, he's sleeping. We'll come back later. Maybe won't be a romance option for a while. Oh no, if we'll ever get it. They freaking hate us. I love Leon. I'm so excited for Grace. I'm so excited for Grace. Cause she just, I want to know her lore. Like after seeing that other trailer, I'm like, oh,
Still works.
okay. So this is bigger than I thought it was. Hold on, sir.
I really can't wait. I'm sad that I'm gonna miss parts of it. You know, picking up quiet. But
at least it'll be like just the beginning. Okay, fine. I only go on the one side. The beginning part.
yeah.
So it's not like the middle deep lore. But yeah, I'll catch you guys up once you get back. The key is missing.
Oh Christ, the key's gone.
You know what
I'll
this
look around
means? That
for
we
it.
can pull
Okay.
you up, all
I'll check
comfy,
around
cozy.
here, see if it turns
Yeah.
Radio me
Put
if
you on the
you find it.
iPad. We can become iPad kids.
Hopefully by then, because I assume we'll start off as Grace. So maybe I get to Leon.
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe. Honestly, I have no clue how that's gonna work. But I'm very excited. I'm so fucking excited. Love it. I love it. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Oh, I love this. I love these puzzles. Such a stupid puzzle. I love it. Where did I pull that screwdriver out from, though? Is he not following me? Okay.
Out of your ass.
I guess so. I mean, she has a lot of pockets. Oh god. It loaded. Put your hands up. I love Doc. Doc's gonna pull the stereotypical.
Didn't Raymond say his partner was in the butte? That means Rachel or whoever.
Sorry, I locked into the
What
game
are you,
talking.
my dad?
What are your intentions for my daughter?
I think
What are
I
your
might have
intentions
an
with
idea
my
where she
bear?
is.
That
In this-
course you'll
What are
have
you,
to
my
worry
dad?
about.
You're like 7 years older
Yeah.
than me.
I just pray it wasn't her.
Leave 6 inches for
Sorry, that
Jesus.
sounded
Okay.
so mean.
I just love-
I've gotta take all the plushies off my bed.
Oh, that's real as hell.
No, that's gonna take like an hour.
No, that's so
mean.
real.
I gotta take like a before and after for you, Sarah, so you can see how many plushies there are.
Yes. This guy? Oh, he's dead. Thanks. Oh, is it C? It's C. Oh, I could have fucking scanned the fish. I forgot about
Look, Doc,
scanning.
when you were my age, you couldn't technically legally drink.
Ooey gooey?
Mm-hmm.
Ooey gooey. I forgot I need to fucking scan. I don't know why I said that so aggressively.
I needed to. I hate scanning. Stupid DS game. Freaking scan. There it is.
Back in my day.
Oh, I know, dog. I grew up in England where people at like 13 would take those 2-liter bottles of like really shitty cider, and they had to be bottles, and it was always like 2-liter ones, and they would go to a field and then they would get pissed. It's like a rite of passage at this point. You're always like 12, 13, 14.
That's weird.
Like, it's like a whole thing at this point. So we have several different drinking ages here. Buying alcohol is 18. Drinking on your own is 18. Like drinking with a parent there is like, I think up to like 13 or something like that. At home it's like younger. It's wild. It's weird.
That's fair. Interesting.
I
got
don't
really
know.
confused where this one item was. I was scanning it.
Is it not the...
Did I see it coming in the
I was
game?
gonna say, you would know it more than I would, but I know it's different depending on where you are.
Oh. Suspicious meat? Here, scan this man. Your toes are out, sir.
Suspicious meat. Love me some suspicious meat. Wink, wink.
Wink, wonk.
I keep by suspicious meat to people.
Give beer lunch for schools here. Crazy. Crazy, but because I also hate beer, so I'm like, ugh. This is where the fake. This is where the fake Chris was. He looks. Oh my god, that's a monster.
Monster.
Why do I have a sniper out? I killed him. That scared me because I was still just thinking about the.
This is where I found that dummy of Chris.
Yeah, the dummy
Where's
of
the
Chris.
real Chris?
No, it's so hot. Yeah, I don't like. I don't like beer.
That dummy of Chris was hot. Like, it had no business being that hot.
It did
for
not.
like a dummy.
Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. No, I just don't
Like,
like beer in
granted,
general.
like the men that like the size of a barge like that aren't normally my thing, but it's great.
You're so rude.
This is just there's just too much man. There's just too much man. The way I phrase things is weird. I'm not sorry.
I love that so much. It's so accurate though. Dude, queso and Chris Redfield is so funny.
I really cannot wait. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yay.
God, tomorrow is gonna be. I'm gonna be so feral.
It reminded me of you. Never mind. You did that for real. Oh, that's so funny.
Shaylan!
I love you, Shaylan. I think I'm in the wrong place. I won't lie. How do I open up the map?
You know, like we have Requiem, like we have Pokemon. I'm gonna be going insane.
Tomorrow's gonna be such a great day. I am sitting up.
I hope you're doing well.
Fuck
You better be sat up.
I am.
No shrimping. No shrimp.
No swamp here. Where's the item of which
Do you
I want
even
to
have a
scan?
knife in this game?
I don't know if I do.
Yeah.
I can pull the method of I'll just run past them. Oh god, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons, so.
Use like the worst gun you have.
I think that would just be my. What am I? Oh. Where the fuck is that item? Is that back here?
I don't know. Fight it.
That's what I'm gonna do. Where was that item? I just canned it through the fucking floor. What the? What the? Huh? Okay. The guy asked out on text.
Ky3len, I am
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What does the rest of chat think?
I'm a little confused. Mainly because I've never been in situations like that. Like, all of the people that I've dated have been pretty, like, open and, like, we've started dating kind of fast, I guess. So, like, I've never been in a situation of, I've never been in, like, a situation, I guess. So, I'm confused. I don't know if this is normal.
Anna would say what she want, friends with benefits, but also she's in Canada. I feel like it just adds to confusion that like she's also not here, so like some of the normal circumstances would be like, okay, she just wants this, but she's not there.
Yeah,
She's
not,
a little
like,
bit far.
physically that, like, yeah. Like, I'm glad that you heard back from her and everything, but like...
At what cost?
It's still a little confusing, I'm not going to lie.
It's just a little bit confusing. How do I heal?
Women scare me.
Women.
I love women, but they scare me, which is why I date men.
Real as hell. In a situation. My god, situationship before they've been more of a.
Ky3len, I have dated exactly 2.5 people, okay?
I thought you were gonna say 2.5 men like the show. I'm like, alright. No.
To be fair, they have all been men, so...
Fair. Bind. Hiring. And a lot of stuff.
I love men.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Not what I want to do. What is this? I kind of want this one.
No, Turnip, it's more like the half one wasn't really it wasn't really the best situation, if you know what I mean.
Doesn't change everything? No, exactly, Doc. Like, I will fight you.
Yeah,
And we need
it's
to
like,
change
I know I
that.
can't change how you feel, but just know that we do love you. We love you a lot. Like, I know it's different. Like, I know it's different kind of love, but like, you know what I mean.
We will bite that thought out of you. But, fair. Do that. It was awful.
Bless you. I still can't believe it's Clint.
I can't believe that shit.
Sorry. Just like, I still can't believe it's Clint. I need a message haunted. I need a message haunted.
Yes. What's happening? I'm dusting something off. Thank you. But keep my mouth shut. Babe. Oh, I forgot about the creepy woman. Creepy woman, I forgot was creepy. And kind of scaring me, but that's okay. Oh, it's just more ammo. I'll bite that thought out of your head, though, Doc. I'll bite it out of there. Oh, I should have brought my Magnum. This is like a mini boss fight. It's that pretty lady.
It was around here.
I love you, Jill. I love you so much.
Jill! Jill! Jill!
Oh, hot woman in the body gone. A notebook? Oh no, what did it say?
Women.
No clues as to who left this note. I was forced onto this mission. I had no desire to come here for a job that would get me killed. At any rate, stage 1 is complete. I got the key of the freight lift, and now I can access the bilge. My head feels like it's going to split open. I lost my eye already. It's hard to see. I feel like crap. Arms are starting to feel weird too. My right arm split into 2. Blood is all over my body. Can see my bones. Need doctor bad. Need doctor bad.
Oh shit. You.
Jill, what's wrong?
Oh, I'm so
I found the target. She's a
some
zombie.
milk. He
Isn't
needs
that
some
always the
milk.
case?
In this case, she needs some milk. She not feeling like herself. Oh my god. I forgot what she looks like
She
when
got
she
away.
runs.
She's in the ducks.
Go after her. She could have the key. The
I
ducks are all
forgot what she
connected.
fucking looks
Okay,
like.
I'm on it.
She
I'll
runs
make my way
so
to your position
funny.
soon.
Okay. Okay, I would really like shotgun ammo, but unfortunately, I have none. It's always a goddamn zombie. I don't know why. That just kills him instantly. To be fair, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why I stopped mid-sentence. But like, I could run in heels. I don't know why she's flopping around like that. I will judge her still. She could run better in heels. She could. He's gonna whisper in my ears again. Oh. Hey, does any of us remember how to heal? Hold on. Hold on. I found it by accident last time. Keyboard settings. But those feet look freaky. They do look freaky. Okay, wait. F2. Okay. And reload. Okay. I don't care about Genesis. Tab. There we go. Wait, I gotta look at your feet. Got like little
Yeah, I got
nubs.
sent ice cream.
They're not that hard to run in? They aren't that hard to run in. Ew! Alright,
So excited.
what type of ice cream?
Raspberry Ripple, my favorite.
Fuck yeah!
So it's
Oh gosh, she's not here.
I can't believe she turned so quickly. This virus is more powerful than I thought.
quiet. If there's any left on tomorrow, you can.
I mean, she just got little nubs. She could definitely run with them. she could definitely run in those.
Quiet, we're looking at feet again.
Yes. Oh yeah, sorry, we are looking at feet. Not really sorry, but sorry. We're locked into the feet. Luckily we have feet.
This is the foot stream now, I guess.
Ow.
I think that's possibly the worst thing I've ever said in my life.
Stop running, man. This is now. Oh, scan you now? Scan complete. Yes, I will scan you now. I scan. I scan.
Let me scan them feet.
Okay. You know, at least I didn't say it. At least I'm not gonna get called a freak now.
Look, I had to.
Oh. No, I'm not, bitch. You see what's running after me? And you see what he's doing? Nothing. He is actively shooting her, but like... There's also a guy behind you, my dude. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he is so freaky.
Anyways.
They're all so freaky.
Scan complete. Look at her feet. She could run it. Oh. Well, she got enough support to like run on those. Ew.
Those feet do not look good.
I did not.
In pain for walking.
Yeah. Ew. She had that stupid like bleach thing that comes out of the mouth afterwards. Oh, look at her nails. Ew. It just like split open her head. Like,
Ew.
it's a clean slice, and I know that's because 3DS quality. God, her arm looks fucking disfigured as hell. Why is the key in her side? Is that a zombie flesh crossbow? Yes, it was. Yes, it was, ky3len. Number 4.
So it really was Rachel.
The end I wish for.
That was Rachel.
The worst of all numbers.
What's in here? Handprint found. I thought I scanned that earlier, my dude. What is up, my dude? It was gross. Yes, these zombies are particularly really gross. I hate them a lot. I want to put my other headphone in. Oh, ky3len. My little gremlin, my little boy Loki, decided to run across my ear. He gave me a little free demo of what it would look like to have a hoop earring slightly in my ear. So kind of him. So kind of him. So kind of my little boy. My little child. Yeah, fun. So I have a sick ass little scratch just cut right into the inner part of my ear. You muscle and then use more bone. His bone? Yeah. Especially if he... I don't know, what he shoots out is very wobbly and wrinkly. Oh, did I go the right way? Sir, I think I went the wrong way, but I'm gonna scan all this and get things. So it's okay. I actually really need shotgun shells, so it's okay. I didn't even know I could go all the way back out here. I think at some point we come back out here for something. My earbuds falling out. My little gremlin just had this morning was a marathon morning. Ah, so he ran parkour marathon all across my body and furniture. He was training, okay? It was marathon day. He's been training his whole life for this moment, ky3len. He just wanted to let you know he was ready. He was ready for his moment. Dream is ready to shine. Parkour. 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 What the fuck? What the fuck? This fuck just creepily breathes into my only left ear, because that's the only headphone I have in. It really has been exactly.
Sorry,
he just
that
wanted
was
to make
me.
Does this mean Veltro fooled the FBC too?
Sorry, sorry, it was me.
They're just
My
using whoever they
bad.
can. Right now, we need to worry more about getting
Just got a
this
little
ship
something stuck in my
operational.
throat, you know. Just had to clear it.
I'm eating the ice cream and it went down the wrong way, so you know you just have to like
Yeah.
breathe really aggressively.
Yeah,
You know?
when you're trying to like, shoot it out, just get rid of it, you know. It's fine.
Mhm.
God, this earbud won't stay in. I really want to take a drink. I can pour my
Your drink.
His mochi's on me.
My drink. My diet Dr. Kelp.
I love my diet, Dr. Kelp. Insert the lift key. Pull the lever.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Gosh, she's. I just looked at Jill's shoes. Did a wide angle. Her shoes are funny as hell, bro.
Feet.
I hear
People,
something.
people will like them.
People are weird. Who would ever like feet? What am I staring at?
Ew.
What am I staring at?
Feet.
Oh.
Straight into the
Okay.
depths
It
of
was
hell.
actually gun, but for a bit it was nothing. It was just actually nothing. Was that the end of a chapter? Oh my fucking god.
Oh.
Get me.
Maybe.
That was like a pointless thing. I just did one boss. This was meant for the 3DS. I'm not gonna shame it too much. I'm gonna shame it a lot. My clear time fucking sucks apparently. No shoes, boots? Yeah. Next. Parkour.
Previously.
I don't want previously. We literally just played it. Even if I didn't just play it. Oh, I love this chapter. It's these two fuck asses. I love them.
Jackass here. We arrived at Valkoinen Mock Airport.
This is Forkball. Good job. Get the lay of the
Gang,
surroundings
you know
and
what's a
continue with your
travesty?
mission.
That I never showed off my bear
How do
stickers.
you want us to proceed, O'Brien?
Bear stickers.
I got given bear stickers. I got given bear stickers from Wyatt last time he came
What
over
took
here.
you so long?
I just never showed them all.
At least we're here.
I
Share
think
the
that's
bear
pretty fun.
stickers.
What's up with Veltro? Not sure. We haven't found a thing.
It's this
No
game
clues.
and
It's also a print.
So now what? There's an underground
It's
chamber.
also a really pretty print.
Preparing to storm it now.
Ew.
Like,
Ah,
really
that
pretty.
sounds like a job for us, don't it, Grinder?
As a quick side note, because I
Wait,
just
we
been
haven't
looking at my
received
hair
authorization
to
yet.
fix it.
It's
This
alright,
haircut's
but my
really
cute.
nice.
Okay.
It fits me very well.
Besides, if you need someone to sniff
A
something
little
out, ain't no
chef's
one
kiss
It's
to
better
the
than
very
hair.
you.
pretty.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm right here,
It's
Grinder.
now
I like
grown
it.
like
It's-
a little bit, so it sits better.
So,
Anyways,
follow
too.
Jessica home.
Fire. There was
You know
another
where she lives
game.
now?
Almost.
I'm trying to remember it.
I had her until the
Foya,
very end, but I lost
Foya.
her near the... Hey!
I almost want to say it was
Sorry.
Revelations
Don't
2
you?
that did it as well. But there was some other game too that did like the episodes and it did previously on. I think it's another Resident Evil game. I'm pretty damn sure. But it's like we just played it. I don't need the recap.
Feels like something's gonna
Anyway,
jump
so
out.
now we're two other pointless
Watch your
characters, but they're
Man.
really
You
funny.
need to stay quiet. Yeah, I know.
Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like this haircut really suits me well. It has the nice balance of like very feminine what it wants to be, but also it can be very masculine, and I like that balance.
I posted the bears. Quiet got these for me, by the way. I'm gonna.
Shh. Weren't you the one who said to stay quiet?
Oh, it's him.
Well,
Yo.
even Homer sometimes nods.
Do I have permission to bite him for buying me bear stickers?
That doesn't even make sense. Come on.
He bought me so many.
Bear stickers. I still have my owl bear sticker from my friend. Cats and dog. I just clicked on that one. Oh my god, that's so many. They're really cute.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They're adorable. I love the one at the back that just says bread.
Bread. Have you ever thought
Also, the
bread?
It really well, but there's a duck on the bear's head. There's a duck.
Little duck. Oh my god, my ear is hurting. Okay, it's fine. Wait, was there anything in there? Oh no, there's something over there. Point that down. I want bread, bro.
Bread.
I don't think people realize how much I love bread. Like, I just fucking love bread. No other reason. I love bread. I really need to learn to make bread. I still love having arguments with people about bread.
Because I've made bread before a couple of times. It's not that difficult.
No, it's not. I just like making different types of bread. I want to make sourdough. I really want to make sourdough. I really want bread. I love bread, bro. I want
We
bread.
might be able to open up that area
But
that's
I
been
want fresh
sealed off.
bread. I love bread. I love sweet bread too. That's an argument I've had with some people before. But I love sweet bread. Like, I love my Mexican bread.
The security cameras have
I
got something.
love it. I love it.
This is what I found from the security feeds.
That's a
Somebody called
I
me
need to go to
sweet bread.
America to try the
Is this
sweet bread.
Velcro or what? Whoa! Did you see that?
I love you so much. How dare you buy these for me?
Talk about a wrench in the
I love the
works.
slide-in emote with
Keep it
that.
together. Oh!
Kaboom.
They never had a chance.
The timestamp places the crash at the same
There is a
time as the one Chris
Hawaiian
reported.
Is that in here?
bread. It's literally called
Certainly
Hawaiian
looks
bread,
like
but it's by a Hawaiian
is it?
and
It's a poltergeist!
Japanese
I'll switch the feeds. See where it goes.
man. Brain was piecing together information at slow bits.
What the hell was that?
It is a very ethnic man who made the Hawaiian bread. That shit's so fucking good because it's such a squishy, soft bread.
I don't know what, but we
But
can't
oh my
see
god,
it.
that was like not necessarily just ham, but like little slice of meat and little cheese. Delicious.
Did he just drop something?
These guys' commentary as they're watching these videos is so
Definitely
funny.
for mature viewing audiences.
Doc, what I'll do is I'll go and I'll visit you, and then I'll just have you pick out all
That's
the good.
some shocking footage there.
One of the Vics left it behind. What is
Because I
it?
trust your bread judgment.
For brains, really? It is? Why is it used a term for brains? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I pan dulces, not brains. Not my brains. Not brains.
Hey,
No, not my brains.
this is the place from the
I
security
don't eat
feed.
brains. I haven't even had tongue. I haven't even eaten tongue. I don't really want to eat tongue. I don't think I like the texture of tongue, I'll be honest. I don't think I'll like that
It's-
texture.
It's good for certain things, but it's not.
That's fair, that's fair. I just don't. That one actually probably is just gonna end up being a texture thing for me.
He dropped something when he got killed.
He dropped something
Where is
when he
it?
got killed? No, over there. Machine gun ammo. Oh my god. Suddenly everything appeared in this room. That's pretty good. Fair, 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 fair. I trust it being good. Security token. Oh, I wanted to put together items.
It's a security token. I can breach the master network of the plane's onboard computer if I can just extract the web key from
But I
this
love
dongle.
the sweet bread so much.
Whatever that means.
There is this one sweet bread
means we can
Pendle said
scavenge
that
the
is
data
really
on that freighter.
freaking
Now you're
good.
talking.
I've seen enough. Let's
It's
head to the
usually
crash
just in
site.
like muffin form because they just make it in like the little muffin trays. But it's just like this. It's that was a really short episode. That just processed that just ended.
That's wild.
It's just for 3DS. It's fine.
That felt like 10 minutes.
I completed it in
Not
3.
even.
I got an A+ for that.
3 minutes? Just it
was just a walking
Why
simulator.
did it have to be a separate chapter?
I don't know.
Water?
Water.
Yes.
Water.
coming from
I'll have to
there.
send you a picture of the bread I'm talking about, but it's literally just this sweet bread and it's so freaking good. Because I love my.
I have to go over to you
Bread.
and try some. I need to get your.
I can show you the bakeries. I love the bakery.
Let me
So
come visit you, and
big.
all we eat is bread and cheese.
Bread and cheese. My dream. Bread and cheese.
We will
Yeah,
have little charcuterie boards.
Charcuterie.
Where's the leak?
God damn, he jumped into the water and scared me.
The ship along with your new virus?
Hey, cheese? The only type of sweetbread I know of. Yeah, that's I can show you the world of pastries, the sweetbread, sweet
You can show me the
cookies,
bread.
anything sugar. Honestly, I can show you a lot of things, but like sugar, God, I fucking love sugar so much. It's really bad.
There is flooding in the bilge. The bulkheads cannot be lowered during a power outage.
Gray, I really
Power
want to
can be
try your
restored
cooking.
From the engine room.
We better find the engine
Try your
room on the
cooking.
tower.
And Sarah, 1 bread, but 2 bread.
I am so scared to try your cooking, Gray. But I want to.
What's wrong with Gray's cooking? It's cow tongue? What? Okay, give me your thought process about it, Quiet. What do you mean by that? Yes, it is cow tongue. Let's find the engine. Okay.
There's a lot of things. It
was just the exhaustion in your like. There's a lot of things. Yes, little guy, there it is. It's okay. It's okay, little guy.
I remember the first cooking stream he did. He brought a literal hammer into the kitchen to use as a chisel for a knife. Yeah. For like. It's scary. It was very fun. It was very fun. I was panicking so much. I would trust Gray with my life, but not in a kitchen.
I love it.
No.
Also, Quiet.
But alas.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Why did that look like a fucking whale? Sit down.
Yeah. Gray, can you send me that photo? Send for the guest chat so I can send it to Sarah if you're comfortable with that.
Sorry, I just became a snake.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quiet, you can eat a lot of things. There's also intestines. I don't care for those too much, but it is something. And a lot of Mexicans eat it, and a lot of Filipinos eat it. That's right.
Particularly if it's part of an animal, you could eat it.
Yeah. Brains. I don't think my mom has ever had brains. I think hers is just...
I think the only thing people don't eat are like the hooves, you know, because that's mainly
fair.
like,
well,
like physical, like.
I guess it depends on the animal, because like there's chicken feet that.
Yeah, if we were strictly talking about cow, I know my internet dropped down and all that, and I know you're having issues.
It's just my screen. This man isn't doing anything for me. My screen made me laugh.
All I have is this is scream, I'll be real.
That is all that. This is so funny. Oh, I don't have that. Do we eat hooves, but we grind them down to gelatin? True. And I didn't know that in the the
Like,
facts of like that when you make gelatin, it's not vegan. Yeah, I'm not doing it, but I don't give a shit. I'm not vegan, so it's okay. It don't affect me. It's just kind of like the okay. Oh, it's like a reset device, but it's stuck. Oh, how lovely. Okay. But yeah, I guess you're right. At least with mainly who's like straight up eating it. I feel like I need to go out and ask my mother because also no, at the Mexican market we sell the pig's feet. I think we do eat pig's feet. Also, we can't eat every part of animal. Humans cannot eat liver.
Is that photo just human food?
Who's the sad sucker who ate a polar bear liver? That's also a lot of work to get to a polar bear to kill it. I mean, that's the same with, that just told me information and I just scrolled past it. Hydrate? Why would you do such a thing? Well, your only option of me hydrating is with GG subs because Mochi is on the other hand and I can't reach otherwise.
May I suggest you look at DMs real quick while you're in a note? So you can see the human food.
Yes.
Thank you. That photo was literally called a human food. I would like you to.
Oh, sorry, Mochi. Oh, I don't know where my Discord is, Mochi. I can't see. Hey, what the fuck is that? What the?
It's a human food.
Why is my autistic ass hates
By the
this?
way.
Why do you just have a banana there? What are those little pucks?
Oh, that's him. Oh, those little like pucks of cookies.
Okay, I'm just like, those could be chicken nuggets, those could be sweets, those could be something else. It looks really pretty, I won't lie. Presentation,
No, I believe they were cookies.
Presentation is wonderful, even though I will say presentation for the banana, very subpar, you know, you just slap the whole thing on there. But everything else looks great.
Oh, are they chicken kebab? Oh,
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
The bad chicken kebabs
Sometimes
that can
contains
contain
feathers. Fair. I'm like, those could be a couple of different things, and I don't know what they are. It's just really the banana. What's on top of the fries? The little chips. Crisp, different. What's different sauces? Mainly because then that thing is, those sauces are touching the banana. My brain needs the garlic sauce. Garlic sauce is touching the banana. How did the banana taste with the garlic sauce?
This was like 6 months ago, I believe.
Dive into your little brain and give me...
God, that guest chat was ages ago.
Give me the review.
I need to go into the food chat to find
she goes to that. Are you gonna sneeze? Bless you. Do you need me to blow your nose? That sounds like I'm asking chat. Do you need me to blow your nose? I'll just reach in. Hold on. Can I have this? I'll reach in and blow your nose for you. Anybody need it? Need to sneeze? I'll do like a ting 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 ting. What do I do to Mochi? And then she looks at me like, oh, here we go. Engine room, lower level. Maintenance room. Okay. That's lower level. I do need to get that one. Okay, so.
This is where we reset the power. Nothing's working. Let's see if I can figure this out, okay? I need you, however.
I
to
do
look
kind of
the
want
control panel over there.
No problem.
Yeah, you shut up. I'm gonna go do something else.
What was it? The Korean kebab pizza.
Ooh. A few new tricks. My autism casserole. It's pretty cool.
Also the banana pizza.
Streamed it too. Ooh, okay. What was in the autism casserole?
Oh, the autism casserole that had my name written on top of it?
Accurate. That is something that contains the autism. I'm glad you put that in there. A map.
here are some of his...
Hi, Kai, in ketchup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I know what's in it. Money. My pandulce.
Money.
Sorry, those fish scared the shit out of me, I won't lie. No. Fuck you, get in the water.
Get in the water.
Get in the water. Sorry, activates Epic the Musical in my brain.
No, because that's what my brain is.
That's a fish. What'd you fight today, Jill? Fish. Fish. I fought fish. Oh, that's not a fish. That's a cockroach. Something behind me. That's a fish. Okay, well I missed all those bullets on the fish. Okay, where's the other fucker? Don't shoot. Oh, I didn't kill it. I'm in the water. I am under the water. Help.
Like the rest of us.
I really needed to itch my nose.
Help. I am under the water. Help. Help. I am
Oh. I'm under the water. I have a capsule on my nose, and it was itchy. Whoa. Get in your head. Can I break these boxes?
Just jump in the water.
Water, you know? Guys, just get in the fucking water. That's what they want. They want me to get in the fucking water. What's over here? Oh, this is actually where it want me to be. Well, what's over here? My ear feels so funny. What's in this one? What's behind? Oh, it won't open. It fucking hates me. Shock Granada. Probably answer yourself, but it sounded like you were questioning. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I was thinking about what they sell. I want to stand up and go ask my mother.
It's okay.
At the Mexican market. But my brain was like, oh, wait. Am I thinking about the pig hooves? Like the piggy's feet? Or do they also sell? Because basically, if you go to the Mexican market, you can be Frankenstein. You can be... You can make something. You can buy every single part. You can buy so many parts. 2 keys. Just in case I put the restart key, you know where? Know where I'm talking about? You don't? Jeez, you really need to get it in gear. That sounds like you wrote that. What's your argument?
Oh, shit. Well, my guess is we have to start them both simultaneously.
What is
we really need that key.
That's what he said.
What's your argument? Anything? I'm so confuzzled. And I came from that and go there.
No brain.
And then I go boom, and then I go boom. Wait, oh wait, I have the fucking map. Maintenance room. Gears room? Wherever, I gotta get it in gear. I gotta get it in gear. I need to get the gear. I gotta get it in gear. Gear. always willing to try weird
Yeah.
foods? Fuck yes, you should. As you should. Mexican
I
food,
need
that's
to
it.
try more food.
Yes. I mean, because technically, I love it. It's one of my favorite foods. But chorizo is technically a really weird food. And I'm glad my mother never explained it when I was younger. I think I would be a little freaked out about that. I think it needs to be A. So I don't play Resident Evil. I'm playing Resident Evil 9 immediately tomorrow, bud. I'm so fucking excited. I have so many theories. I have so many things running in my brain about that. I'm so fucking excited. I think I'm just gonna start at 10 normally. Because
actually, no, because you'll probably need to download the game.
Well, I'm gonna download it tonight. I can already download it right now. It needs to be on A.
Is it already out for you?
It's already up for pre-download, but it comes out today at 9 p.m. So I'm very excited. Same, but same.
Fuck it. 9 p.m. stream.
Fuck it. Honestly, I was tempted. Let's run it back. 9 p.m. I want to sleep though. I'll go to bed early so I can wake up because I struggle to wake up in the morning now because Mochi also sleeps with me and she's like, shh, go back to sleep. And I'm like, Mochi, we gotta get up. She's like, no, we don't. Go back to sleep. I'm like, Mochi, please. She's like, no. I will lay on you. Lay back down.
Quiet.
She's like, shh, no, we don't gotta get back up. No, we don't.
Yeah, that's like me and quiet. I'm like, we gotta get up, we gotta do things. It's like, shh. Shut up.
We're just gonna continue
No,
to
we
lay
don't.
here. Mochi and Quiet would get along very much then. Be like, shh, no, we don't.
I think they would anyway, because he has the type of autism that's like, he knows everything about cats. But yeah.
Real as hell. But what time zone are you in? I can tell you when it comes out. Most likely for you, it'll come out exactly at midnight. So it will most likely be Friday when you come out. For me, I'm in Pacific time. So when it comes out for everybody on the East Coast at midnight, it comes out at 9 p.m. Yeah, it comes out at midnight. Comes out at midnight for y'all's. And I believe it is also midnight for consoles as well, because some of the consoles had different timing for PCs instead. But it does come out at midnight. If you take a little look-see at Requiem, if you have like even like a computer to look at the Steam page, the Steam page on like Requiem has like the whole map. Not staying up to midnight? Nah, that's why I'm not streaming at 9 p.m. because I don't want to stream at 9 p.m. I want to play Deadlock and then the next morning wake up and play it. That's why like I am pre-downloading it today.
You pass out.
Yeah, Deadlock. I'm so glad you can't hear it. My shaking. By 10:30, my body says lay down, you don't have the energy. Real as hell. By like 8 p.m. is when my body's just like, get in pajamas, you're no longer leaving the house. Unfortunately, I work super late, so... Yeah, hey, fuck off, fish. Where'd you go? So unfortunately now I'm programmed to stay up later, which benefits some of my friends because they like playing later. I didn't mean to heal. Okay. So I stay up late anyway, so do I. Ow, what the frick? What's that fucking fish stuck me in the face? Hi, Ken. Hello. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I hit that.
Hi, Ken. Hello. Hi. Hello.
Physics is a real thing in this. Ew, get off of me.
Ew. Man.
Okay, I killed him. Press it once, me. Press it once. Inventory full?
Then. What can I do with those? Can you eat them?
It's a good question.
Your streak, Kev? Does your streak not exist anymore?
Or are you coming to get your streak? You were here
Yeah.
yesterday.
Mm-hmm. But were you here long enough yesterday?
True.
Jill, everything's shot ahead in here.
Shut up, sir. I'm
I'll
talking
try
to
some
my friends.
repairs and radio if it goes well.
What am I supposed to be doing, dude?
I don't know. Bited them.
Bited them.
Mm-hmm. That's my solution to everything.
Oh, I can bite at that door. Okay. I think I could bite at that door.
Running around in circles. You okay?
I'm fine. Running around in circles seems to be what this job is about.
Kev, can I bite your work?
Something here. Yes, please do.
They give you better service. Can I bite your work?
I keep it by my service. That fucking building sometimes sucks. Honestly, that fucking section fucking sucks sometimes. Open the door. Open the door. Bite the work. I don't want to be there on Saturday, bro. This is why my sleep schedule's fucked up. I have a 5 p.m. shift to 1:30 a.m.
Oh, ew.
Yeah. Somebody behind me. Fuck you. Shut it.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Grab his dick and twist it. Grab his dick and twist it.
Give him the old dick twist.
Grab his dick and twist it. Grab his dick and twist it. Where, oh where art thou supposed to? What are you doing here? Okay, he's dead. Custom pieces. Money found? Oh, is that the uppies? Oh, the uppies when I have to swim. Teaching the youngings to operate heavy equipment. Wahoo! Wahoo! Can I set the cock? Oh, the key should be in here. I have to get it in gear. Ah, oh yes. I got it in gear, everybody. Restart key. She like be like, oh, I can't die.
Repairs are complete. Meet me in the engine room.
Broski. I'm here, bro. I'm right below you. You could have just shouted it to me. I should never call him Broski again. No. Ooh, what's the weirdest food I've eaten?
I don't eat very many weird foods. I don't eat many foods.
I'm ready to restart this baby. Get in position.
I'm trying to think of the weirdest. I mean, like I said, chorizo is really weird, but I love it. It's not really the weirdest. I guess intestines. I guess that would be up there. I don't think of anything, but intestines isn't really. I mean, there's different levels of intestines because there's the lining. No, the stomach lining. The stomach lining is tripe. Intestines still weird. Let me see. What? Yes. I love hearing that it's not that good for me. I don't know. I don't know what would be the weirdest.
Don't eat it. Don't eat it if it's no good for you.
No, it's okay. We have alternative now. Lights
There.
turned on.
Good as new. What the?
Good as new. Gets sealed into the room.
What happened?
Water happened.
What?
Water.
What?
Water. Too water.
Ew.
That's what I'm saying. We about to go swimming. I don't know why we need to wait to see that fill up.
Damn it! Jill, it's not stopping.
Luna's just gonna throw us into a cutscene again so that we can be properly underwater. Okay, just kidding. The episode ended. We're not even going under the water yet.
No.
I was gonna prepare you for that. Nope, just kidding.
No water for you. No.
No water. None. No. None.
Okay, I understand the situation. The security token you found likely belongs to the freighter that crashed.
Boss, have you heard from Jill and Parker yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, the suspicion
Their
continues.
investigation led them out to sea. But we lost track of the ship.
That doesn't sound good. I hope they're okay.
Yeah, me too. They've been out of contact too long, and I'm starting
I
to
hope
get
they're
worried.
okay. They're drowning. Don't worry
Find
about
the
it.
terminal at the crash site and see what you can learn of Veltro's plans.
Having a silly fun time.
Crash site's
Silly
just up
fun
ahead.
time.
Come on.
Over these two guys again. I love these two guys.
We find the key to ending this whole mission?
I feel like... I don't know. I'm trying to think of weird foods.
Pretty bright out for this time of night. I guess that's why they call it the midnight sun.
I got a pill. Oh my god, okay.
VOWs.
There's dogs? Sorry, the man said
because their wolves and their
BOWs.
heads don't split
I'm
open.
not used to BOWs. Bow. Just give me a bow. Can I get a order up of a bow? Can I get one or two bow?
Grinder, I'm gonna go check out the terminal. Have fun with these.
Quinn, don't just leave me here.
I'm sorry. This guy just said, I'm gonna go check the terminal, have fun with these guys, and ran past all the enemies. Radar. No radar. The bows, luckily they don't have
So cool.
arrows. Exactly.
Come on, Grinder. What you
Hey
doing?
Reynard, how much money do I have to throw at you for a bow emote?
Bow. Ooh,
How much money do I need to?
Yo, calm down. What's wrong with you?
Because I will.
I don't know. It's like something hit me.
What?
Look, I just got hit. It was the invisible man or something. I'm sure of it.
Yay! Bye bye, Kev.
He's a hunter.
bye bye, Kev.
Disappeared.
Now I get what happened on the security.
Oh, I'm standing right next to them.
Type hunter.
Bye bye, Kev. Have fun. Don't die.
One
There was
day.
Reynard, I wish I
one down, that's two down.
I wish I could
I
do
can't tell because I can't see him.
This blows.
You can stay. Oh my god. Behind me, isn't he?
Another one goes down.
You should let them get you.
Maybe.
I think that'd be fun.
Gray said the weirdest thing he's ever eaten is candied squid.
Candied squid. Oh, interesting. How'd that taste?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious on it. I'm
Then let's get to the terminal on the plane before any more monsters show up.
mostly.
You should eat it raw.
It's like,
but
how do you candy something like that?
I'm just curious how it would end up tasting. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, hun, you gotta give us the gossip.
Gossip?
Yeah.
Chismosas. You must tell us. You must tell us the information of which we wish. And of what we desire. Oh, let me not waste.
Hun, why'd you go on bonkers? That's mean. That's fucked up.
Chewy. Okay.
It makes sense, but like... Did
I
you
think
like it though? That's the question. Did you like it?
So tired this early. It'd be like that sometimes, Fire. This is where Mr. Redfield was. Oh, computer. I can't. Oh! Used security token.
Okay. Everything appears to be in working order. Yo, Quinn. Time to do your job.
Thank God I don't find anything. He's just gonna do his job. Becoming an old man, it'd be that way.
I'll have to try something else.
No sweat. You're good with machines. The ladies on the
It's we love the old man here. I am also becoming an old man. I'm going to bed by like 10 o'clock at night. And that's fucking weird.
HQ here.
Quiet's infecting my brain, and I'm going...
on the ship. I'm sending them now.
Good work. That's music to my ears.
Nice one. Getting the coordinates like that.
Like,
Wow,
next thing you know, I'm gonna be having my glasses down at the end of my nose with a giant paper with a blanket over my legs.
You don't understand. I didn't
Like,
calculate anything.
Assume old man position.
Not the only ones looking for that
It's
shit.
fine, but it's just super chewy. Yeah, it is super chewy. We usually eat fried octopus when we go to the night market here. It's because Nikki loves it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, I've never
But I have
eaten
no idea if
fish
any
like
of the
that,
info
so I
I
wouldn't
gleaned is
know.
for real or not.
Great. So we have no idea really who we're up against.
Exactly.
I forgot the
And that's a
information he
piece of
just
the puzzle
gave.
we really need.
Which really doesn't matter, I'll just tell you the lore
I
afterwards.
received the coordinates.
Watch the Japanese
That's
snack?
not
Oh,
far.
fair. Okay,
We
okay,
can be
okay.
there in no time.
Seaweed.
Ryan, we're on our way.
Seaweed chips. Very good. It is very good. Mine is stir fry.
I will be back in a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for a pee.
Okay. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Their chapters are so short. Video game? Like Army of Two? Fear. Ooh. Got me an A. I guess if I just run through them. Not dilly-dally.
Previously
I don't care. I guess I should have waited. Oh, I can wait right here. Cat and Mouse. How many episodes are in Revelations? How many chapters? Oh, it goes
Can
no
I
matter
be
what.
the mouse?
Can I be the mouse? Sure. I will be the cat. Okay, there's 12 chapters, but they're not super long. I think this intro is just gonna be them literally dropping in.
Where could they be?
Anywhere. Let's get started.
Yep. It was literally just us dropping in. Yeah, like that's not... End in heels in like a suit like that? Like it's just not practical. I do love the little purple design on it though. That part's cool. But like... That's not practical at all. Yeah, wetsuit minus a lot. And it's not even like she paired it with one of the arms missing. And then she got that whole fucking thing around her neck. Like, no. No. You look ridiculous. And she's got her hair all covered so it doesn't get wet, except for the bangs. She's gotta have some of that out. You know? Yeah, why is she wearing that? But Chris is literally in a tactical suit. He's not even in like a water-ready suit. Fair.
How are you planning to find them?
Concur.
No plan.
Yep.
Just search every room.
We were judging her fit.
Great.
And then we were judging Chris's fit.
Hell yeah.
Because he's in a tactical outfit, but she's in a wetsuit. They're ready for two different missions. Unfortunately, even though she has a whole leg missing and she's in heels, I think she's more prepared for this than Mr. Redfield. Which is sad to say. I'm just gonna go to the main door. Can we go to this one? I think this one. Yay.
What if Veltro finds us first?
Why is the music so
Capture
fucking
him.
intense?
Interrogate.
Interior, thank you. There's something over there. I don't know why the music's so intense. Nothing's happening. Can't get the inflatable life. Yeah, he does have an inflatable life jacket around his neck. That's all he's got. That's the only water-ready thing he has. So we're here now as Chris Redfield looking for Jill, even though Jill came here to go look for Chris Redfield. But the head of Basal is just like, man, wow. I hope they're okay. Like we sent them to this mission and we lost contact with them. Hey Chris, we lost contact with them. Go find them. Why did you send them there to go find Chris? Chris has anxiety. This is just his anxiety.
Yeah, you know.
This is a new mutation.
He's a pretty anxiety-based fellow, you know?
Yeah. Ow. Shotgun. Oh, then he just fell from the sky. Ow. Okay, there's a lot of little guys here. Yeah, well, I kind of want to kill them all. So why is it green to match this? Needs to be... well, okay, Chris Redfield's colors are green. He only wears green. He's green. With a side of green because that's Basal's colors.
He's
green.
autistic. Yeah. Green, okay?
Maybe he doesn't like the wetsuits because he's just like, no, I need to be in my tactical outfit. This is the only thing that makes me happy.
Yeah.
And we're just here making fun
He
of
needs
him.
to be green.
He needs to be green. Different shades of green and tan.
What is with this ship?
I just hope that Jill
Tan
and
is okay.
Parker are okay.
Just music.
But only Jill.
The music is really intense. It's actually kind of funny. It's like we're on a timer, but we're really not.
Jackass here. Give me a sit rep.
Jackass here.
Hey there. Any idea where we can find Parker and Jill?
Oh, the music, thank God.
Hold on.
He deepened his voice to
Judging by
talk
the
to
ship's
Jessica.
condition, I believe there's a problem with the engines. I'd wager they're in the ship's bilge trying to get them going again.
That makes sense. We'll head down there now.
How the fuck do I head there? Where the fuck is that in correlation to where I am? Okay, cool. I do have to go this way. I have to go the exact way just to get down there. Whether or not, if he falls into the sea and needs to use the vest, you want to be seen? Well, he wanted to match. I won't lie though, only her legs, the littlest part of the legs is bright color. Oh, she has purple underneath. She matched it. She do got the purple one.
You know, good for her. Good for her.
Then he can die at sea. No, fair. Hey, someone's entering through that door. I kind of want to see what's on the other side of the door.
No need
Oh,
to gloat,
it's...
just shoot it.
Oh. Oh no, you know, have her. Punch. Punch. Oh, I missed her punch so much. I ran out of ammo. Hey, what's that? Oh. It looks dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Don't step in. One down. Oh, good evidence. Did I not have that much ammo as Mr. Redfield? Punch. I guess I didn't have that much ammo as Mr. Redfield. Mine. Mine. It's gonna suck because there's some other enemies. Kaboom. I wanted to punch him. He wasn't punchable. Excuse me, ma'am. I gotta scan it. Oh. Target gave me a key. I didn't want a key. I wanted money. It's not time for that. It is time for that, Mr. Redfield. I want to gamble. Mr. Redfield, I want to gamble. Really, it's just the shiny light. I want to... Traitor.
So Veltro wants to unleash this virus.
Oh god, I looked at her.
Right. But it's already infected the ship.
Ew! That was a genuine ew. I forgot about those guys.
Ew.
Yeah. Guess I could have shot that, but oh well. Oh. I think that hit her. Hey, so that's gonna hit me. Goodbye. Okay, I'm back. Ow. Scan. Scan. Meet scan. Only people who say Jessica is better. Really? They say that? Just like... Okay. Ow. Just on the fucking floor, Mr. Redfield. You know what? I think I'm just gonna run. Okay, now I'm not gonna implode. Like, there's no way that she's better than Ada. Like, no.
Nah, Ada's up there.
Yeah. Like, have y'all seen Ada? Do we need to go? Hold on. Guess we're using this? Yes. Okay, we are using this because we're going down. Oh, we are under the water.
We are under the water.
We're about to be under the water. I am under the water.
Anybody! I'll be at your service! Forever!
Don't give up, Parker. There has to be a way.
Girlie, not gonna lie, like, if Mr. Redfield wasn't coming for you— oh, we're not under the water. We're back as Mr. Redfield.
Idea it takes so much to rescue them. Parker is gonna owe me a nice dinner for saving his ass.
I just ignored Jessica there. She was just talking to me and I just ran past her like, I got things to do. Don't worry. We have a life jacket on. Ooh, ammo.
Attention. Engine trouble found.
Oh my god, the heavens. There's just a few guys on the other side of this. That didn't work. Thanks. It won't move. Thanks. Now's not the time? No. Mr. Redfield, why can't it be the time? Oh god. Oh, I guess I didn't even use that. Okay, what are they throwing at us? Damn. Okay. We're gonna try to be... ow. Okay, well I just took a hit and I ran past it.
Don't stop shooting!
I say please don't stop shooting. Explode the exploding one. Oh my god, I almost fucking died. What do we almost fucking died? Ow. 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 He's gonna fucking reload. Oh, great health. I hope you can hear how many times I'm hitting all of my buttons.
Oh, I can hit every single button first.
I am for sure possibly dying here. I didn't. I lived. Oh, I almost killed myself. I need to see if I can get... It's only giving me one. I got hurt so much there. I didn't have any ammo. Oh shit. No, the exploding guy. I'm fucking dead. I thought he died. And these are the butts of the guy. I had so much ammo as Jill, but I have no ammo as Mr. Redfield.
Attention. Engine trouble found. Report to the engine room immediately.
Not fuck this up. Did I pick that up? Nope. Okay. And his gun shoots so slow. Okay. You're still alive? Oh god. I can see it. I prefer red. Prefer red. I don't think. Oh god. Just hair color is enough to be Eva. Yeah. Oh, is he not dead? Also, but this is... She doesn't really have red hair. But also still. Ada's a fucking badass. Wasn't there an enemy here last time?
More of them here.
Don't stop shooting!
And that's what almost killed me last time. The implosions. Did they take away some of the enemies? They changed them out. Oh, excuse me. I got stuck on him. Oh, that's gonna hurt me. No. Oh god. I'm here like swimwear. I'm here like swimwear. I'm in here like swimwear. Yeah, I feel like I'm beefed out. Oh god, she scared me. There, got that one. Okay, we're in a better spot now. Let me reload my guns. Yeah, they got rid of a lot of the enemies.
Hell yeah.
I'm like, okay. It's very interesting. I guess it is on the DS, so I'm not gonna judge it or question it. I'll just take this one. Because truth be told, on the DS, I probably would have been losing my mind. On the tiniest little screens, it won't open! Wait, I can't hit them all. I'm stuck in a corner. I can't see what's happening. That would have been me.
The engine room's around there! Hurry!
The engine room is kind of filled with water. Oh my god, I forgot.
Nobody home.
I'm getting tripped out about this. I forgot about this.
Jill.
Where'd Jill go? My wife. I forgot that it's like everything time displaced. Because Jill is not there, even though we were just there drowning. Apparently I finished that in a good time. Even though I fucking died. Oh, and now we're under the water. Swimming like a little fish.
Under the water.
L. That's why I named the title of this game. I'm under the water. L. I think he needs some help. He's not holding on as good as Jill. We will be underwater.
This is not good.
Well, now we're just in water.
There must be some way.
How do I... How... Oh, okay. I did not know how to swim. Okay. Okay, we know how to swim. Hey, I'm under the water. Ew. What does she want me to look at here? Oh, right there.
I'm under the water.
I'm under the water. Ew. Okay.
You know, you actually swim better than I expected.
Honestly, yeah. It's a... For being... I, like, stopped talking and that sentence was like, I don't know what I'm saying. In that, like... For this being what it is, she seems... She swims so well. What's in here? Anything to help over here? I know we have to go through the vents, but I don't know how. What was that? There we go. It's like, I don't know how she wants me to open it. Pipe. Metal pipe beam. Metal pipe. That, there's no way that that metal pipe gets that open, Jill. Shit, I almost had it. Good try, Jill. Get air. F. Also, F is to dive.
Hell yeah.
Can we get an F in the chat to dive? Metal height. Oh. I went to itch my head. I forgot I have to actually play the game. Metal height. Where's your buddy, Jill? It's just you. Oh, there he is. Hey, I'm under the water. Help. Did not get out gracefully.
No problem.
F to die, no. F to swim. No. In this case, F is good. And we are no longer under the water. But we will go under the water again. Shotgun shells. Oh. Alley-oop.
It's still filling up.
Well, we're not under the water, but we're in the water. I'm under the water. L. That's gonna be stuck in my head. Oh my Jesus Christ! It scared me. What is this fucker doing in here? Show yourself. Did you die? Oh, yeah, I guess your answer. No, it's here. Okay, it's dead now. Well, yeah, it's not working, but I want that. I want that. I want it. Oh, no. Okay, hit them both. I'm under the water. L. Oh my god. So many fucking fish. 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 Oh no, not fish. You know, it would be nice if, you know, my partner in this game would shoot the things hitting me. He doesn't, he just stands there. Menacingly. Back six. Back six. Back six.
The power's back. We can use it.
I'm under the water.
I'm under the water. Oh, I'm not
All right.
okay.
That should hold us for now.
No.
I'll check the control system.
So by the time that Mr. Redfield showed up, the part that they were in has drained the water, but they had successfully turned on everything.
Damn it, I don't have
Because
a
all the lights were turned on, so they had
antenna array is
succeeded.
out.
So where is Mr.
It's on the
Redfield?
observation deck.
And where is Jill Van?
Maybe we can fix it. I'm sure the view is nice.
Me too.
Why'd she weaken
Let's
him
move.
like that? She gave him a little
The
wink.
funsies.
The observation.
I guess so.
Climb up there from the hall.
In the hall? Okay. That's also why the elevator was back up instead of being down. Don't stop, the water's still.
It's okay. The bulkhead's closed. We just have to wait.
Oh my god, I'm gonna heal. I just ran past those enemies. They spawned and I pressed F for the ladder. I just left that man down there. Oh, I hope he's here. He's not. I left him.
No. We're on the Queen Semiramis.
And this is where Chris Redfield. Oh, we're back. We're back on Chris Redfield's
Quint
timeline.
learned there were 2 ships during his investigation.
Oh,
You must be
yeah,
on the
that's so
Queen
right.
Zenobia's sister ship. Jill and Parker are probably being held on that ship.
Have you been able to locate it?
There's 2
No.
ships.
But I've got my top people on it.
How much time has passed, right?
Correct.
It's possible that up until a few hours ago, the ships were traveling together. Search the area and see what you can find.
Roger that.
So there were 2 ships, so Jill's on the other ship. That ship... I don't know why they would make identical ships. Jill's having the roughest time of her life, and Chris is like, I showed up at the wrong location. Where am I going?
You know?
Oopsie. Is it this way? I cannot fucking tell. It doesn't look like it's this way. I kind of think that it's this way. This map is awful. Now we're gonna check again. It is
really
not this way. It is the other way. It's just so hard to tell. It doesn't let you like fully turn, and it shows you where you need to go, but then doesn't fully. Wow. Are you gonna wake up now, frog on the wall?
No.
That's no frog. Oh my god. I'm gonna scan him. Did the other one wake up? What do you mean target not found? I can see it. Oh. Okay. We're just gonna leave him. We're just gonna leave him. That's definitely not a frog. I don't know what he is. We're gonna leave him.
Any idea what Velcro's trying to do? Aside from jerking us around so we don't know what we're doing.
This game is so
Who
fucking
knows?
wild.
We haven't seen
It
hide
is.
or hair
This is
from
such a
them since that
weird
video.
game. Both of the Revelations games are very weird.
The sooner we get to the observation deck and contact HQ, the better.
At the very least, I hope they've picked up Chris's
like-
whereabouts.
Though we were reading about it of like Basaw's downfall and then Blue Umbrella and Neo Umbrella, like in the games, we never really hear about at least the Revelation incidents again, ever. And I don't even think some of the stuff in the animated movies we hear about them too, so they're canon, they're just very weird. These are just like other random missions that they've been going on, rather than the big main turning point missions. So they're very silly and very odd.
Did you hear that?
Jill, I didn't hear that, mainly because it also still sounded like,
It's
the place
moving.
was, get the fucking,
Now we can get
was
to
just
the
moving.
observation deck.
Oh, the place is moving, like the whole boat is moving. Oh, she turned on the ship moved, then we moved with the ship, and Chris went to the wrong ship. What broke my elevator?
Something's up there.
Damn.
Oh. Ew, it has hair! Ew.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Ew.
Don't
This
have time. Oh, wait.
Why do you think I would talk to it? Oh.
That thing will put us over the weight limit.
It has already put us over the weight limit.
Damn.
You know, why isn't he shooting?
Sneaky son of a bitch. Take this!
Take
he
what?
can.
Yeah.
But he bullets.
He's just not doing anything. And then he's yelling at him as if he is doing something. Oh, we're gonna hit the weight limit. Weight limit speed run. Somebody. Just a message. What the hell was that noise? Ew. It's its face. There's so many parts of this game that I'm
Is
like,
it gone?
I hate this.
Are we in the clear?
Oh, is it gone? Are we clear? The cutscene cuts out. Loads into the next part. Did I hear somebody at? Like, what's that? That's crazy. That sounded like I got a Discord message in the middle of that.
That was crazy.
All right.
I was crazy.
That's wild because I was the
It's
one.
night out, so there's nothing to see.
You scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I got a Discord message.
And I wouldn't hear your Discord message.
No.
I did like when I heard your phone go off the one time. That was funny.
I mean, my phone is on loud. You could hear it whenever.
But like, oh my god.
Is this the same one from before?
Yes, it's the same fucking one.
I think it's stalking us.
Stop stalking us, bro. Oh my god, I forgot what this monster question does. I hate when my bows mix with the ocean.
Look at it. How is it even
I'm just gonna heal. I have to actually shoot it to stop it. In theory... I should not be able to hit it in certain spots. Oh god. You okay? Hasn't it ever called me out on my text tone being Metal Gear Solid? No, that's so cute and funny. That's what Nikki's is. Fucking dead. Dead. Not really. Oh, it's right here. Oh, shotgun. Oh. I should walk the other way. Holy shit. You're so right, I have grenades. And by that I saw a pile of grenades on the side. Grab that. Oh god. I just can't dodge those things. Ow, dude. Get up, Jill.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
No, it just comes at me like that. I hate this fucking escape. Do I have any grenades? I do. I kind of missed that though. I might have to probably hit it in its head. That seems to be doing a good job hitting it there. Not there though. It's tough. Yeah, it fucking is tough, bro. Hit him. I don't like letting him choose his path. I hope he doesn't run at me. I think he ran at me. Sounds like he's very close to me. Oh! Oh, I wish Joe could fucking run.
You changed it? That's fucked up and evil. I can't believe you changed it.
Why would you change such a thing?
Yeah. Why would you change that though?
Oh my god. I hate. It's the reason why I have problems with certain games. And it's simply movement. I hate that I cannot run in this game. Oh god, that's it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I missed that one. Only one shot at that bullet. Lead bullet in my fucking gun. Yeah, yeah, attacking me, guy. I forget his name. Oh no, that's me. Or did he actually stun it? He's doing something. Oh, it's fucking dead finally.
What a pain in the ass piece of shit.
Worst experience of my life.
Night.
The antenna is up above.
Jill, I was trying to scan something. God, I hate that fucking thing. Oh, a green herb. Just what I needed. Boss fight done. I think I might actually... switch that out. I want to keep my... guess I never really used this. Damage to stopping power at days. Do I have anything else? Critical shot. It's all like my weaker end ones. I have bind at one too. Could try this out for a little bit. And then get some more shotgun ammo. Because I have 300 bullets on this.
That's a lot of bullets.
Yeah. Do you have anything on you? Oh my god, how many times did I need to scan that thing? I scanned that thing so many times. Anyways, we love a good Metal Gear Solid.
Are you telling me this Metal Gear is solid?
Oh, just you wait. We got the solid snake, but we also got the liquid snake. You know?
The snake is solid too?
Mm-hmm. And liquid.
Holy
and there's
shit.
a big boss.
Whoa.
Oh, this is this is Veltro, the like evil unit that put out the like the little ransom video. Just we're gonna do this. Anyways, in 2004, they said we're at last putting our final plan into action. Jack Norman, our leader and brother in arms, what a chin, came up with this plan. When we first heard it, we had our doubts that it could be pulled off, but now the time has come to enact this extraordinary. Also, there's so much space left here, but we moved to the next bit. Extraordinary plan thanks to the steel. Why is there a big space there? To the steel will of our comrades. Okay, these luxury liners are symbols of integration of humanity and will be a fitting vessel for the distribution of the virus that will purge humanity. I have been assigned to task boarding the Queen Zenobia for our mission. Bernard. His name was Bernard. The meanest and the scariest person. Bernard. Hold on. There is Naked Snake. True Venom Snake.
Naked Snake?
My favorites though is that we have a solid snake and we have a liquid snake. There is a Naked Snake too, okay? He's not shy about it. And he's quite great. Machine gun ammo.
Oh lord.
He's quite Naked Snake. I do love Naked Snake.
Good to take in the fresh air.
We also have a revolver that is
a lot more
Ocelot.
than we bargained for on this ship.
You know, an Ocelot that's revolver.
We've been fighting for our lives this whole time.
Smash.
I hope we can catch our breaths after checking in with
You may
HQ.
ask, but he's also an old man. I love Ocelot. Young Ocelot gave me a jump scare because even in the original, oh, I'm too far away. In the original game, do you remember Voltron? Like the new one that Netflix had done and now took away. Still don't know why, because then they did that to She-Ra.
Voltron.
Anyway, so She-Ra.
Oh god, Voltron. They got rid of She-Ra?
Yeah. Oh yeah. She-Ra. They got rid of her.
They got rid of. But
Hello?
I'm sorry. Is She-Ra now official? Yeah.
So the same thing that happened to Voltron. That Voltron was a Netflix thing. I was talking to my best friend because she also loves those two shows, but it's probably because of something of like owning the rights, and there's a He-Man movie coming out, so something of trade up to that. But I'm just like, but it's a Netflix original show. Where the fuck is it going? It's just not available anywhere. It's in the void.
It's an original show.
So,
Why
yeah.
is that becoming official lost media?
I don't know, but Voltron is too, which I really did like the show. Fandom, we're not going to talk about that side. But Voltron's also a lost media too, because that was a Netflix original. At least that version.
Oh.
Still crazy. But the voice actor for She-Ra in Voltron is the voice actor for Ocelot, and I was like, there's no way, because like he's not an older guy, but like I'm like, there's no way that was him. It was. So that was a jump scare to me.
I'll check the antenna's wiring.
Good job, Jill. I'll check the antenna's wiring. Okay. You want to know the real reason? Tell me. Also, it was a really cute show. I never finished watching it, so it kind of makes me sad. I really should have taken the time to finish watching it, but I didn't. So that's on me. Do like that. Oop. Okay. There we go. Tell us the real reason.
I think that should
When
do
it
it.
gets super technical, Naked
Give it a
Snake is the
shot.
first one. Yes, there is an order. I
This
don't
is
dare touch
Vermilion.
the lore of that
Headquarters.
because I just
Do
go
you
to
read?
Nikki.
O'Brien here.
There is an order because
We did it.
Big Boss would have a lot of words. Because it's one of those cases that.
I know. The whole thing was
So there's Metal Gear like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there is also an order of which chronologically they happened. Those are the release. But there's they're not released in like chronological type order. And there's clones of them, and they go in different ways. And then, yeah. That's like a TLDR short of like, kind of like what
Just
happens.
stay put.
There's a
I've
lot
got an
more to it.
emergency call.
I hate...
Director O'Brien, we've received an emergency call from the ESF.
Let me look up, because I
They've
forget his
reported
name.
satellite movement.
The European Security Force? Go on.
Yes, sir. Apparently Terra Grigia's solar energy integrator is being reactivated.
Yeah, Metal Gear Phantom Pain. Where's the character?
Already in motion, are we?
I think his name... I just need a simpler version of this. He dropped his coffee!
Looks like somebody's found the Queen
That's
Zenobia.
fucked up.
I hate Huey.
You haven't changed a bit.
You haven't changed a bit. Are you talking to me? I know he's not talking to me, but...
Parker!
HQ.
Okay, I want to read that in a second, Doc.
All hell's about to break loose. The solar energy matrix is activated.
We're aiming at the Veltro hideouts on the Mediterranean, disguised as cruise ships.
Satellites that destroyed Terra Grigia.
Are right above us. They can't just ignore the ultimatum and obliterate the ship.
Boss, get us out of here.
Sorry. But I can't authorize that.
What a bitch. I can't authorize you getting out. Okay. And the Metal Gear lore and yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm like, those are the gist of things that happen in it. Metal Gear is one of those that has super deep lore, deeper lore than like Resident Evil, because so much fucking shit happens in there. It's so funny. My favorite thing is quiet.
Do I need to go on YouTube?
Oh, I can actually find you a really good video that is like the essay videos about Metal Gear. I can ask Nikki because she has one that she really likes. So I can get which one she likes and send it to you. Because it is really cool. I do love Metal Gear lore. My favorite is Quiet. Not our Quiet, but Quiet. She is great. She's a sniper. She breathes through her skin.
Can she know?
It's so funny. You weird man became the best possessed by the Psycho Mantis. Sorry, I love Psycho Mantis' name. Ocelot is also the most ridiculous like person, especially when he becomes older. I fucking love him. Metal Gear 5. I should play Metal Gear 5 on stream sometime. Nikki would be really happy. She actually bought me all the games, so I actually should play them all. Not gonna lie.
I have never seen
Yeah, she's.
I've never read a
That's okay. This music's really loud here. Let me leave this. I also only have one headphone in, so that's my fault. My bad. My cat ran over my ear. Okay, let me read
That's not good. I would suggest not doing that.
I told him not to, and he did it anyways. That brought up so many different things.
Previously.
Sorry, the previously was about to happen. I don't think you need a recap.
No.
No, Resident Evil. Okay, let me let this cutscene play, and then I can...
Became possessed by an arm?
Yeah.
Arm? Like, what?
Sir, what is going on?
Yeah. I'll find you that lore video. Okay, now I can pause it and that. Okay, so back to the She-Ra thing. Tax write-off for the show movie doesn't perform properly. Oh, it moved. The company can get rid of it and call it a tax write-off. If they allow a show sit on their platforms, they can't get rid of it because it's still making money. However, they call it a flop or lost media, they can remove it for tax return. But I don't know, at least Voltron, that's a different story. Because nothing happened at the time. She-Ra is an interesting one, but because He-Man is coming out, and there still is property rights. Sorry, we'll get back to Metal Gear in a second. Don't worry about the man being possessed by an arm.
No, it's also what Gray said of if you take too long, one of the bosses just dies.
Yeah, don't. I can actually tell you that, and I have a story about that one too. Yeah, I don't know about the She-Ra incident though, because He-Man's coming out, so that might be intellectual property thing. Voltron, however, that could be that. So I want you to know when the remake came out for this boss, that it takes a week, and if you like paused your game and you okay, that's it, middle of the boss fight, you save it and you're like, I can't do this right now. If you come back a week later, he dies. He literally dies of old age. I want you to know this remake came out probably like 3 or 4 years ago now. No, like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. Me and Nikki have not played. We were going to test it and come back a week later. We're coming back years later and we haven't checked if he's died. She's still in that boss fight, I want you to know. Doesn't have a chair though to play games right now. But we have left him to try to do that, Gray. It's just that we've kind of been giving him a lot more time than like a week. Minus Brother, don't worry, Liquid Snake gets killed, except his arm is only left over. Revolver Ocelot gets his arm cut off by a cyborg ninja. Love that cyborg ninja. Revolver Ocelot, they grafted Liquid's arm into Ocelot and also became possessed by a man. Yeah, Ocelot in older age gets really silly and funny, and I love him. But wait, there's more, literally. Oh my god. No, I want you to know my big first introduction to like Metal Gear was Nikki playing Metal Gear Theater, which is bloopers and stupid random things that they made from like these like canon scenes, and then they just made it really fucking funny. And it's like a 30-minute to an hour-long video of all of this content, and I think it was just from one game. Metal Gear is a movie. That's basically what you're going into. It's a game, but it's a movie.
Okay.
Ocelot isn't actually possessed. He's brainwashed himself to think he's possessed. Yeah, Ocelot's a little silly. When I mean it's a little silly, I love Ocelot so much. I'm gonna let Jill talk. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That's what I wanted to do.
I'm so curious about this entire game.
Let me shoot Nikki a message. Because otherwise I will never get it to you and we'll just have fun. Need your jingle. Give me
Nikki, get over
best
here. It's Resident Evil
Metal
time.
Gear.
Not Resident.
It's a Metal Gear time. Lore video. I is interested. Can read your mind. Says Psycho Mantis. I see. Oh my god. And during so imagine this. The game did it funny there. Imagine this in like old tank controller type control. So like Resident Evil 1, like those really tanky controls, old game controls. Psycho Mantis's fight, and it still happens with if you play it on keyboard and mouse now for the old game and then the newer, but like it will invert your controls because Psycho Mantis.
Oh.
So it's a fucked up fight. It's a really good fight. It's such a cool concept because he's Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis. If you ever hear me say Psycho Mantis, it's because of Metal Gear. Psycho Mantis. It's a woman who's a sniper raised by wolves. She's so pretty. She is so pretty. When Snake eats a snake, I love that scene. I love when I love oh my god. Oh my god, hold on. Cuz I don't know Metal Gear. Like by heart. So Big Mama Eva. God. What a fucking woman. Metal as fuck, one may say. I love her. That's all I'll say. Mainly because we could go so deep. We're just going on a side tangent of Metal Gear in the middle of our Resident Evil. So accurate. Those are the two.
Fine. That's fine.
God, I love them. Just plug your controller into the second player. I love that. See, I never had to deal with it in that form. I did get to watch Nikki struggle with it, and it was so funny. Some of Nikki's old stream clips are of her playing Metal Gear because that's what she loves it. Psycho Mantis. But so funny. Snake Eats a Snake is a different game. I'm referring. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just thinking of all the different Metal Gear things that I love. I know exactly.
Happening?
I know
What
who you're
is
talking
happening
about, but
here?
it's going talk. I don't think you realize that I'm not talking about one thing in my brain. It's just all the Metal Gear things. And I'm like, oh man, but this one, yeah. Okay,
What
I'll
is
be right
happening
back.
here?
I have
So
my
much
headphone
is
out.
happening.
My brain ain't staying on one thing. It's just thinking about everything. Okay, I'll be right back.
That's perfectly fine. Do I need to watch something. Something to do with fucking Metal Gear. Like something like I Hey Gray, can you play all of every single Metal Gear game and stream it to Discord so I can see it? You know, normal things. Hmm. Yummy! Yo, you'll play it? You'll do it? Like for realsies? Yummy! It's a pre-cyborg ninja that kills the president? Then it become full and kill the second president? What's Doc? Doc, I
love that boss music for that fight is so good. Also,
what?
I love that. I forget his name, but like he can tell. He just grabs who you're talking about, by his dick and can tell he's not the man he's disguising himself as. Because he could just tell. He just grabs him right up all in there and is like, you're not him.
We're having a little rummage.
He just, boom. Love that one. Love it. Metal Gear is so fucking funny, but there's really good, like, lore. Like, it's a good story. I love Kojima so much. I could put my other earbud in. Yeah. All Kai needs to know is the man was disguising himself. Other man ripped it right up in there and was like, nah. I know this man's dick. It's not that one. I am stuck playing Metal Gear Super Vengeance. I think that's the word. Which is the one Doc was talking about, with Cyborg killing the United States president. It's very funny. That man goes mano-y-mano with the Cyborg, pre-Cyborg ninja. Cyborg ninja. That whole thing. Anyways, I'm stuck on that game because the sewer that I'm in right now is, now hear me out, is filled with giant apes. And they're very scary to fight, and they keep killing me.
You're out of time, I'm afraid. A rescue just isn't possible. Chris is traveling by sea. He won't reach you in time.
No.
Chris, he's all right?
No time to explain. I'll do what I can to stop the attack. O'Brien out.
Also, in a quick note of Resident Evil, Jill then just said Chris, because they came onto this ship to find Chris, and now the man who is your boss is now telling you, oh yeah, we're sending Chris to you, and it's like, what the fuck?
Here. The chief has
He's
filled me in on
fine?
your predicament. There's only one thing you can do. Confuse the satellite's targeting system.
Confuse
How
them.
the hell do we do that?
We'll tell them Metal Gear lore,
I know
that's how we'll
everything
confuse
about
them.
that ship. I can figure this out. Just get back inside for now. I'll radio you again soon.
Talking my ear. Everything was cyborg because the president of the United States with a katana on the building, and then he becomes a full cyborg ninja. Kills the second. Yeah. I think it's the senator. All I know is that he's Armstrong and it's so fucking funny. I love him. The music, genuinely, for the music for that boss fight, it's really fucking good. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better.
Tara, can I have a hug?
Yes, you want a little smooch on the forehead? A little mwah. There's also in Metal Gear 5, it's really, oh my god. Okay, it's the big reason why I don't want to play Metal Gear 5 on stream is because I'm like 15% through, and you may think, oh, like that's not that bad. I've played, hold on, we will look. Let me check how many. I think 15 hours in that game already. 15% through. Oh my god, I have so many.
That's a lot of hours.
I have 39 hours, actually. I have 40 hours and I'm only 15% the way through. But because the opening cutscene, like I said, Metal Gear is a movie. So that opening cutscene of Metal Gear 5, some of the most iconic lines and things that happen, that takes so fucking long to get through, and I don't want to sit through that again. But I will do it because I think I will play it on stream eventually, and oh my god. But there's a silly little thing in 5, if you kill more people, we're not going to pay note to it, but you have a little like piece of shrapnel metal in your head. Don't make any mind to it. Anyways, if you kill more people, it gets bigger. So you have a little horn, and if you don't, it just stays like the same size. It's a very cool, I love that little mechanic. I love that little thing. The man who drinks blood, his name is Vamp. Wanna guess why? Kawaii, a man who's called Vamp who drinks blood. Also, there's a dog. And I love that dog. He is in 5. I love that dog. Let me see if Nikki's gotten back to me. Nikki's at work.
Stopped.
She might be in the pool. Yeah, she's in the pool. It stopped? What's that? Rap, tap, tap. Rap, tap, tap. The man in the wall. Scariest Warframe mission.
I know what you have to do. You're gonna use the UAV.
The UAV? There's a drone plane on the ship?
Come on, guys.
Velcro used it to
Oh my
carry
god,
out
is
their
he a
attacks last
vampire?
year.
No way.
It's in a container on
In
the
my Metal
foredeck.
Gear lore?
The UAV can discharge shaft that will throw off the satellite's targeting system.
Okay.
Bisexual vampire,
Foredeck is
just
where
like
we're
me.
going.
Where? Where are you going?
You better move fast. Quint out.
Move fast. Move fast.
You be moving. You be schmoving.
Oh my god. 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 Okay. Okay. Sorry, they play the music and I don't know where I'm going, and this is where I've gotten confused and lost before. Oh my god. Also, like, I feel like whatever style I'm now picking up for clothing and everything, I'm like, yeah. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so it's on like this level and I need to go straight across. That one? Okay, no, is it by the... Okay, not the one that has 3. Yeah, okay, so it's this way. Play the guessing game of which way is the right way. No fucking clue. We're gonna double check again. Still doesn't say it. Mushy mochi. I love Metal Gear so much. It's so fun. I love my Metal Gear. Okay, okay, so if we... Please tell me it's the right way. Where is it? Okay. Okay, but that should have an elevator. If not, I gotta go all the way down and just go across and take that. But I think I can get through here. If I take that, there's an elevator over there. So I could just go up and make a right-hand turn. I think we're gonna try to do that. Okay, he's dead. I don't think I made a right-hand turn, and I think I just needed to be on the ground floor. We're gonna look at that map again really quickly. Yeah. Please don't shoot me while I'm right next to you. Let's be quite mean. Right, it says he drinks blood, and his name is Vamp. Random spawns. Oh, because he's a vampire? Wait, where am I? Oh my god. Oh my god. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me. Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Okay, so we learned something new here. He just took Jill and went chink. Never knew that would happen. Hello?
He's just a little silly.
Just a little silly. I didn't know. It's because he's bisexual. It used to be a potential. That's fair. Okay. Guy who is wearing explosive proof armor who rolls into fights and roller skates. God, I love this fucking game. And then there's a whole bunch of fucking robots. Yeah. I love this game.
This sure is a game, huh?
It's kind of like when, like, you know, the Resident Evil notes of, like, we took this monkey and we poked and prodded and we turned the experiment. Next day, it's like, it's a success, everything's fine and whatnot. Next day, it escaped. Okay, so that was the same door I've been through. Okay. Going back. Named after the nuke that was dropped on Japan. You may think that might be bad, but this was made by Kojima. Is he in there fighting already?
Yeah.
Kojima. Do what Kojima want.
That's
Kojima's Jeff.
like, that's a very Kojima thing to do.
Kojima said Kojima. Okay, I'm just gonna go through this door.
The UAV's in the foredeck.
Okay, yeah, the UAV's in the foredeck. I don't know what the fuck the foredeck is. Apparently, I'm really distracted.
That's about right.
Wow. I just opened up this window. Oh! Oh my god.
You considered no?
Oh my god, it's a revolver. I don't have this weapon. Oh my god, I got a new weapon. I don't know if I want to switch to this one. All my stuff is on the other one. That was a crazy thing to run into. Now I need to like find where I can... Wait, is this even the right way to go? Well, I could go this way because there is a passage this way. Oh, I forgot I can dodge.
It's Rachel. She's still alive.
Sorry.
I shot her in her OC. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Somebody's right around this corner. Excuse me, pardon me. We need to go put this gun away, and I would like to see if I can pick up my other gun, or if I would have to... Rachel. If I would have to... Rachel. Okay. Okay, my lightning hawk is still here. What is this? So if I... There is a literal enemy right behind me. Oh, so the other one is more powerful. Okay, so we take this. That damage in there. Okay. Can we rent anything else? Anything else here? Oh, I am sure to wrapped chainsaws on to the arms of a gorilla. We punched him with a full. Dave has been poking me with sharp stick non-stop. I hope he doesn't escape. March 14th, it escaped. I fucking love those notes.
Those notes are my favorite note.
It's the fact that it looks like it would be a fake one, but the fact it's fucking accurate is so.
The fact
so
that they're
funny.
all real.
Yeah. Straight. Refrigerator? Oh no, back in hallway. Okay. Yes! It is! It is the anniversary of Stardew. I can't believe it's been that many years.
I have beef with Clint.
Yeah.
So much freaking beef with Clint.
That's so fucking fair, bro. Brick. Is that where I'm going, right? I am excited about Sandy. That one's super excited. Fuck the other one. That one doesn't exist.
Yeah. Sandy, though.
He's so cute.
I know a lot of people who love Sandy.
I can't open that door. Fuck, is this the wrong fucking way?
It's also the case of he quite literally stalks Emily. Like,
yeah.
No, thank you.
It's just a little bit odd. Like, him as a character, okay, fine, he's weird one. I don't want him to be a marriage candidate. Like, no.
I kind of... Let me be the devil's advocate of I kind of want to marry him to see what he's like.
No, that's
but
fair.
At the same time, I don't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole.
So this fucking elevator is not working. Is there any way? Do you think I have to go back up there and go back? Why can't I open that one? That was gonna be the easiest one, because then I think the only other way is down on that lowest level, so I have to go all the way back down and go through there. I thought there was another way. Hit it, but not hit. But hit over. Damn, that many points. I should be able to go through here. Why can't I go through them? I have to go all the way back. Because that elevator is not working right now. Which I feel like should be the one that I should be taking, but we shall see. One of those type of Reddit pages where he's... It's a woman's... Lower cabins? What does lower cabins lead me to?
No, he very much has an entire cutscene saying like, oh, I'm just a nice guy, why won't anybody date me? I'm just a nice guy. And I'm like,
it's like, God, they all fucking hate me, but I'm so nice. Like, what am I doing wrong? I don't know, bro. Install mods are real as hell. Excuse me, ma'am.
I think if you don't know what you're doing wrong, then, like, I think if you don't know what you're doing wrong, you're going, I'm just a nice guy and everything. I think you need to reflect in on yourself.
Yeah.
And, like, look in and see what true a good person. Like that.
Oh, there's the other Rachel. Why would you shoot that, sir? Is he dead? Okay. Okay, his big ass fucking body is in my way. Oh, it fucking imploded. Okay, so we're gonna go back over here. Yeah, I'm not excited. I'm like excited about it because I'm like, okay, I want to see how this does for him. But like, I'm not excited because it's not who we wanted to marry. So a disappointment. But it's okay, I guess. Maybe.
Yes, I see. I'll do what I can to stop the Ricky. I have to go.
I hate that it doesn't show you which way, and this definitely means I should have gone this way because
You want to die with Veltro?
Reynard is here. Reynard? Not Reynard. Sorry, Reynard. I didn't mean to. His name's Raymond.
Damn, you're just like outing him.
It's Raymond.
Yeah, sorry, Reynard.
How does he know what we're trying to do?
Fucked up in
Raymond was there, and the Ray tripped me up. Sorry, Reynard. Just dissing you, even though it's not you.
Love you, Reynard.
UAVs in the foredeck.
Here we go. The UAVs in the foredeck.
You're so cool.
Sorry. Sorry, princess. Sorry.
Sorry, hon.
No. Well, you want to Mordor,
I will now commit
dog.
moiter.
It's a dog, but it's not a dog type shit. Because it was just one of these monster freaks, but on all fours. Oh, it's a fucking hunters. That's what I'm saying. Out of my way. I have things to do. Oh my god. I have no bullets in my gun. Okay, there we go. Please perish. Jill, work on it. Rogue's typing that, by the way. I don't know about y'all, but I'm a nice guy. If a woman can't handle me now, they'll never handle me because I'm an alpha male. The reason they don't date me is because I'm too alpha for them. That's fucking awful.
Oh. Yeah, but like, Doc, that's you're only ever so slightly better. You called women women and not female.
So true. It should. Oh, that could have been so much worse. Not a dog sounds like Goosebump episode. That do. Oh my god. Brig. Do I want brig? Or do I want deck? Brig. I think I want deck. Oh, you're telling me this probably was supposed to be activated?
I've never even thought of gas like that. But like, we could have had gas. Man who can cook and treat us, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Hey.
Divorce. Robin. Please. That would have been so great. What the fuck are those hunters doing on the wall like that? Oh, I could have gone to go get that. Well, okay. Illegal custom parts. Let me just like unlock both of these. Illegal custom. Oh! Oh! I love healing when I'm just laying on the floor dying. I shot him in the toe. It killed him.
Evil.
Okay. Oh my god, is he not helping me at all?
No.
Look at him, he's just standing back there.
Some peace and quiet.
Sir, you could have shot them. I turned around and like I fucking multiple of them coming after me. Oh, this is how we open it. Play some Metal Gear. Honestly, I really want to play some Metal Gear. I really want to play Metal Gear.
Over
Should have
here.
said females exactly. Should have said females. No female can handle me. I'm too nice of a guy. Obviously, it's at their loss. The FBC.
The guy that was female never stood a chance.
God, those disgusting females. Females.
How long has it been? 1 whole year?
I hate to disappoint, but you're too late.
But you're too late. No. I died once. My accuracy was at 89%. Metal Gear. Metal Gear Solid. Okay, so she didn't give it to me, but she said I love Jingle Jingle because I said I need your Jingle Jingle. So she knows she will get it.
All set to go.
Dog for being alpha? Just too alpha male. Sorry, us
He's an alpha
female just
sigma
cannot
male.
handle. We just don't.
Quint, we're good to go.
How the fuck did we set this up? Did we have like a wrench with us?
Controls are in the ship's hold.
He's just too big of an alpha sigma male for us to cope with, clearly.
I do have a knife. Oh my god.
I hate myself for saying this.
I love how I'm just here. A knife!
I don't know, I hate myself for saying the words that come out of my mouth.
It's okay, here, I'll distract you. Look at where we have to go. We have to go down to the hold.
Yeah.
We're over here.
Oh.
So now we have to go all the way back down. How do I...
Oh my god, Sarah, you're playing...
Oh my god. No
Thank
fucking
you, Steam,
way.
for telling me this information.
Thank you, Steam. I love you so much.
Steve. Thank you.
Cutscene.
You're wondering why I've deployed Regia Solis?
Yes. What's got you spooked? Isn't it a little premature to call
I
down
don't
the
know why
wrath
these
of
headphones
God?
are so fucking loud. I love it. I don't know what these things are made of, but I like them. Makes me want to throw up looking at it. Dude, I fucking hate this map so much.
Enter authorization.
The time has come, O'Brien.
O'Brien.
Abandon hope,
Perish.
all ye who enter here.
Okay, abandon all hope and ye who enter here?
Firing laser.
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Bless you. It's one of those games with Revengeance. Metal Gear Revengeance. I love Armstrong so much. It is Senator. Oh my god, it is actual timeline. Time. I hate this recoil in this game because it's just up. It's not like, okay, recoil and then it drifts back down.
Why is it up?
You're standing there menacingly. Implode. I guess I'm just gonna leave all this stuff. Excuse me.
Heating up. Parker, we have very little time.
Heating up. Parker, we have very little time. We need to go. Yes, of course, Joe. Okay, I didn't need to shoot that guy like that. Oh my god. Parker, shoot that man. He's about to fucking implode. Parker, shoot the man.
Nanomachines, son.
Nanomachines. Dude, that shit's so fucking funny. My partner's right here. The partner needs to get the fuck in here. That was a very aggressive motion by me. Activated, exactly. We're talking about Senator Armstrong. I could really use Senator Armstrong's help in this situation, I won't lie.
We're out of time.
We're not out of time, Jill. We have 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, get your shit together. Okay, this elevator's actually taking. Yeah, oh my god, I didn't know. I thought I was playing Metal Gear.
You're telling me again.
Oh, just so you know. I like how the timer still runs, but shows us this fucking cutscene. Like, the timer's still going. This is unfair. Mochi? Ew, I don't want a kiss from you. Not like that, man. I don't like you like that.
Is Steam okay? Is Steam okay?
What? I don't know.
It's just how.
It might be like.
I thought you were playing. I thought you were playing Metal Gear.
Oh my god. Oh my god. When did she get there? So much is happening.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I want to pay attention to Steam freaking out. But I literally just left my partner to die.
Damn.
Okay, actually, where the fuck am I? Okay, cool, I'm going the right way. I just kind of took a guess. But, oh my god. I killed one, good enough.
These are the controls.
I made it here.
Come on, make it.
Okay, cool. Anyways, I don't know why it's freaking out. I would say it's maybe like my internet, but it's holding still for stream.
Maybe.
So that's weird.
I don't know. Weird.
Steam might have just gone offline and online.
Yeah. Steam might have just done a funny.
Yeah, because I'm like, it's not Tuesday. Steam usually does funky things then. I threw sprinkles in the sky. 2 Sons of Liberty? They specifically call it meme culture? Yes. The rise of the meme. The hell? So true. Ah, sunlight beam.
Eat the sunlight.
Well, the sunlight ate it. It didn't eat us though. Only a little bit, I think. I think we might get eaten by water. Ow. That's exactly what that wave just did. Ow. Entirely correct. Not gonna lie, that was a stressful episode. Oh wow. This is the second Resident Evil game that uses sunlight as a weapon. I think yes. I think it's only the 2. This one's like actually using sunlight as a weapon. Like they built a whole machine to actually harness the power of the sunlight to melt things. Whereas 0 was just, I can't handle sunlight. They just actually just opened up the ceiling and he said,
Previously.
Not previously, we just played it.
No, previously.
I already skipped it.
What did we do? What did we do 5 minutes ago?
I don't
What did we
know.
do 5 minutes ago?
We ate sprinkles. Basaw headquarters.
You are blinded.
That's what.
A humanist with no cause.
I was
It's
blinded.
a lost cause, Director O'Brien.
Feel free to
Director
cut the bullshit,
O'Brien.
Morgan. You're playing with fire again. But this time, you will get burned.
Just point the sunlight at
Sins
him.
can only exacerbate the situation. Think twice, Director. Or you may regret.
I think this is toxic Yaoi. Not old man Yaoi, because it's not super old, but they're pushing it to old man Yaoi.
Guess who's back and alive?
Your mistakes will never be repeated.
Welcome, I did. I hope you're doing well.
Hi, Haunted. Hi.
I know he's just helping his partner, but why is he holding Jill like that? That's illegal.
Yeah. Time to clear out.
That's illegal. Get out of here. Stop touching my Jill like that. Oh. Hold on. The hold on was the hold on to Jill. Be like, oh, hold on, Jill. I needed to take a little drink. Oh god, that scared me. Oh, we are under the water. Help.
I am under the
water.
Please help.
She swims so fast. I think I swim faster than her walk. Truth be told. She swims so fast. Yippee! Back under we go, Parker. I am under the water. I am under the water.
Please help.
Please help. I am under the water.
We have to move
Ice?
fast. We don't have long.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just cut her off because I took her under the water. She was mid-sentence and I said, under the water, and she said, I am on a ladder. I am under the water. I am on a ladder. Custom parts.
Water is rising. The have no choice. We have to get out of here.
Well, yeah, no shit. I'm getting no response. That's fair. Hi, Mochi. One, two, three. Effortlessly, everything moves underwater. Like there's no resistance from the water. Yeah. And the fact we might be upside down or on our side makes no difference. I'm under the water. Out of order.
But right now, who needs physics?
Yeah.
Who needs water physics?
Honestly, especially in this game, nah. Who needs it? Jill says, nah. Oh, I am under the water. Sorry, that was the signal of I am under the water. I need to go under the water. I need to go under the water on this side and get to the door. Under the water. Well, more like in the water just right now. Now I'm under the water.
Oh yeah, no, I have taken to whenever I hear that, I look.
Good. It's funny, but it's helpful. I like the I'm under the water, I'm under ladder, I'm under the water. Under the water, on the ladder. Questionable up piece? Triton fucking key? I don't have that. I'm going back under the water. Oh, I cut Parker off again. He was about to say something and then we went under the water.
Well, he doesn't.
He doesn't get to say anything. I am under the water, but taking a breath. In a pipe. I'm in the vents. Now I am under the water.
This is Chris, Vermilion, Parker.
I'm swimming
Jill,
like a mermaid.
listen carefully. The ship is done for. We can't allow the virus to contaminate the oceans. Jessica and I are heading for the Queen Zenobia. Just hang on.
I just picked up random shells under the water.
Don't die in there. Chris
I just
out.
liked Chris saying, the ship's done for. Couldn't tell. Couldn't tell, Mr. Redfield. Couldn't tell at all. And I think this... What's that? Oh, an enemy under the water. Enemy just hit me under the water. Get up on my legs! Get up on my legs! I killed it. Enemy under the water. I picked up illegal custom parts. Okay, actually, Jill, take a breath. I dilly-dallied a little bit too much. Jill, where are we? Are we in the room of which located? No. No, we were not. I want to push in my earbuds on my other ear, but I cannot. Is this where I want to go? Oh, a random guess, and I made it right. I am so like the like beams of like the walkways. I am most literally just swimming through them. Like they have no physics. They were just gone. They didn't exist. I'm going back under the water for the 50 millionth time in a pipe. There's an enemy right in fucking front of me. Oh my god. At least this part is actually telling me kind of which way I need to go. Compared to the last one where they said, good luck, have fun. Can you get me while I'm up here? I hope not. You're Mochi. Sorry, I'm giving you some more space. I am another one. Did he take my partner instead of me? Juking him. Juking him. Actually worked. I just swam in a weird way. I'm under the water. I am under the water. I am under the water. I don't know where to breathe. I can breathe here. I'm under the water. It auto-saved. I am under the water. It auto-saved under the water.
Auto-saves.
Ah! It's on my toes! Parker, fucking punch it, dude! Parker doesn't do shit, bro.
I hate it when it auto-saves.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean?
Why do you
Auto
need to save? Why do I need to save?
Yeah.
What's coming up?
It's what's about to happen. I am under the water in an elevator shaft.
That's my one thing with Bioshock.
That's fair.
Something is going to happen here whenever it auto-saves. I see it auto-save and I'm like, something is fucking happening.
Something just happened.
Yes, we're fine. But the ship is
The
sinking
boss has
fast.
spawned. But
We're
where?
approaching the Queen Zenobia now. Rendezvous with the ship's hull.
Roger. We'll be waiting.
Oh my god, Mr. Richard wants to rendezvous with us.
Hell yeah.
Queso would be very upset that we're rendezvousing with his man. I paid good money for Jill's wetsuit. I mean, nope, there's no way to say that. No, no. No, did I just say that? No, no, I didn't. No. Me? Oh, no, 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 I didn't. Yeah, who said that? Must have been the wind. Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind. Sorry, I just exposed my shoulder when I turned so aggressively. Sorry, so scandalous of me. My shoulder was exposed. Bro. Jill's used a wetsuit.
Your shoulder?
I'm under the water.
What next? Your collarbone?
God, they're already out. My collarbone.
God forbid. God forbid.
God forbid some collarbone. Get my toesy up there. For a second there, Parker's feet were just in my face when I jumped into the water. It was kind of funny. I suppose. Or. Oh, I found this person on TikTok that does or. It's a guessing game of or, and I love it so much. I love my or. You know? Is it an or is it an or? My brother is home working right next to me. And then there's just his sister next door just going or. You guys or. Is it or? You know, it's an or it's an or. It can be an or. I actually want to put 3 on this because I want to put this.
Have you considered it could be or.
Yeah, or. So it's an or. It's an or. Oh, is this an or? It's an or. Or. How you? Or. I'm gonna go up to my brother and be like, it's an or. Help me, earful. Or. Or. You know? Mochi, or. Mm. Oh. That's what the enemy is doing.
Velcro. You almost missed the party.
What's the enemy on the ship with us? That's
Why
about to go under.
Like that?
I don't know, he's really proud of himself. He's like, I've trapped myself on this ship. And I can't fucking get out.
Oh, I've fallen and I can't get up.
I can't get up. A little earlier, Mediterranean Sea.
We're approaching the Queen Zenobia now.
Yeah, but you take
the
care.
water.
Oh,
Please
go.
take care.
Roger. We'll be waiting.
Okay,
Please
see you soon.
have a good rest of your day. We're on top of the water.
That's it. Queen Zenobia.
On a weird boat.
More like what's left of her.
It's like the boats that you ride on the bayou. There's a big monster in the water.
Stay sharp. There's something out there.
You know, Doc is entirely right, and he was right. But like, seeing it in the lighting there, if Mr. Redfield falls in the water, no one's ever fucking finding him. We're fighting a monster on the water, like in Resident Evil 5.
Or.
These tentacles are so annoying. Why didn't we use the helicopter for this one, Chris?
You know, for what?
Yawn, the last conversation had a hold of me, so while yawning, you just or, you know. Or.
Keep your aim sharp. They're not letting up.
These are just giant fucking worms.
Going around. Hang on.
missed that one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, is the boat okay? Why is there so many worms? This looks like they're doing a dance routine for us. Ow. I nailed it that time. Ow. I missed all of those. Finding him or just, yeah. If she had a little bit more purple on her, I would give her the benefit of the doubt, even though it's still a horrible wetsuit. But, yeah, they're never finding Mr. Redfield. Did everybody see the keyboard? I'll have to find the video again that somebody made for Queso, and it's Chris Redfield. Because I quite adore it. I'm also jealous of the man. I might die here because I missed so many shots of protecting myself. Because I'm awful at these. Okay, one more frickin'. Jessica, can we get off this boat, please? I just barely fucking made it to the boat. But what's happening?
We need a good spot to board the Zenobia.
Oh, I did it. It's a dark color. We want brighter. Well, you're entirely right. I will say the purple she has is a very bright one, but also it's not enough purple either way, so.
We can board from here. Jessica,
no, you want like
why is she stretching like that?
Great.
Yellow.
A cruise,
yeah.
just the two of us.
Are the best colors.
The whole thing is sinking.
I don't know it. See, and I have no concept of water safety. So.
Now I will reveal what I know. Everything about the Queen Zenobia and the secrets she keeps.
What secrets?
But truth be told, Jill and Parker also will be lost.
First, why did it take till now to find the Queen Zenobia?
Bitch, I don't have the fucking answer for
around
this.
the Mediterranean undetected?
Because I don't really care.
Magic.
No, it wasn't magic. It just
Second,
floats.
Why did all traces of Veltro vanish after the Terra Grigia panic?
Why don't you tell us, huh?
Why is he asking us the questions?
And third, why is someone trying to use the Regia Solis to destroy the Zenobia? The answer to those questions
Them
will lead
monsters
you to
on
an
it.
inconvenient truth. You were to have found it, and that.
Honestly, so fucking funny.
Jessica, why did you fire?
To protect our people. Isn't that our job?
She's a dumb bitch.
Don't you dare die.
Damn. Raymond? What? Why? Why play the part of Veltro?
I like locked in on this again. I forgot about the lore.
What do you mean? Find the truth about Terra Grigia.
Oh, I liked my little clown. His hair looks awful, but 3DS quality, it's okay. It's 3DS quality, it's fine. Okay.
We said this was made for a 3DS, it's okay.
I'm like, his hair's awful, but you know, we'll excuse it. Only in this game will we excuse it. This is gonna be so funny than going to the graphics tomorrow.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so funny.
That's gonna be great. I'm gonna have to actually go through all my settings before.
What a terrible loss.
I never owned a 3DS
Oh, absolutely.
either.
I have my, so I don't own a 3DS, I own a 2DS.
Ooh.
The ship doesn't have much longer.
It's
We can't let
essentially
this virus contaminate the sea.
a 3DS, but without
already searched
the
Queen's
3D.
So I think I know where this ship's lab is.
It
headed
can
there
play
now.
3DS games, it just
All
doesn't
right.
do the 3D
part.
effect. Yeah. It's also not folding. I'll have to take a photo of mine and bag to show you. It doesn't fold.
A little friendly partner swapping should keep us on our toes.
Yeah.
Roger that.
I remember
Bear in
those.
mind, mine is scratched up because I accidentally put a lawn chair on it.
Also, I've marked off all the possible locations.
Yeah, I accidentally put a lawn chair on it and then sat on it.
So
never got the hint. What a drag.
Look, I was rearranging my room, okay? My entire room, I was moving everything. I was in the middle of moving my wardrobe. I'd sat down for a moment, didn't realize I put the chair on the DS, and so it cracked the screen a little bit. But it still works.
That's all that matters, truthfully.
So mine is a special edition 2DS. Technically mine is the limited edition Pokemon Moon 2DS.
Me with
that
my
came with the
black
game.
and white one.
Yeah.
Let's reset it. I still was petty about my black and white one though. Ow, your fucking knees, Jill.
There we go. There we go.
Nope,
I do want to get another 2DS at some point so I could do like proper trades and things. I have a second one, but that's my mum's, and I don't want to have to keep stealing that every time.
That is fair. What Coco got is so fucking cool. I'm sorry, that's so fucking cool.
It's so cute, and I'm so jealous because I've been looking to buy like Psyduck figures for Quiet.
Good.
There's no point in me hiding it. Like, all of them are out of stock. Every single one's out of stock.
Also, I am under the water. I am under the water. Quick note, under the water.
I am under the water.
I am under the water. But yes, fair. I need to buy some more Psyduck figures. If I find some, I will share.
Oh yeah, he didn't know about that. He didn't know I was looking for Psyduck figures.
It should be told, as everybody should. But Quiet, I need you to take that little information, wrap it up in a little ball, and burn it. Get rid of that information in your brain.
I need you to grab that thought, write it on paper, turn it into an origami bird, and just let it fly.
Yeah, let it fly away. You don't need to know that, okay? Got them parts. It's flying away.
I'm flying away.
I'm flying away. I am under the water.
I'm flying away.
There's too much rain. No, don't be under the water, Harry. I'm under the water, but I'm not under the water.
Help. I am under the water.
I am under the water. Just tell it to the sky. Be like, help.
I know
I'm
why
under
you
the
do
water.
it. It's just.
It's also just stuck in my brain,
I know why you
too.
do it.
At this point, it's stuck in my brain.
So silly.
I am under the water. It's both meaningful and helpful. I am under the water. Oh, I can't stop it. I can't stop it. It's in my brain. He can't get me. He got me. He's got me. Mr. Redfield. We have Mr. Redfield with us. He did nothing in that situation. He just let it bite my toes. And I fucking killed it. I am breathing. I am under the water.
Need those.
Where? Okay, wait. I'm under the water, but looking at the map. Something just disconnected from my computer. I need that doors. I don't need to go fucking up. I need to just go straight. I'm under the water. Oh, we need to go up, and then we need to go on land, and then we go across, and then we go in water. Chris Redfield just teleported. He didn't. He just got up here before me, but it just looked like he teleported. I'm under the water. Chris Redfield opened the door and then closed the door on me. He didn't even hold it open like a gentleman. Dude, I love Chris Redfield. Queso's emotion for Chris Redfield, I completely agree. I feel that. I relate to it so much. Move out of the way, Chris Redfield.
I just want Chris Redfield in a way that is not POS safe.
I agree.
Jill, try using this.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Redfield just
found that key on the Semiramis.
Gave me a key and said, try using this. Why didn't you just use it? And you could have just used it.
Why didn't he use it?
Exactly. Oh, I remember this part. Oh, I hate. Of course, we have to have the secret lab part. We have to have the secret lab
Oh my
part.
god, there's a secret lab even in this game?
Mm-hmm. Life, of course, there's always a secret lab. Security lab. Security lab. We need to get into the lab. It's secured. Oh, I can scan. I forgot. Can I scan Mr. Redfield? God, I wish. I did scan through him, though. Will not. No cap.
Welcome
no
back,
lie.
love.
Registering fingerprint.
Fingerprint.
Fingerprint registration
Have I had a drink
complete.
today?
Mood.
It's 10:30 at night.
It'd be that way. Oh my god, my hair's
Yeah.
going straight out that side.
I haven't had quiet yell at me all day about drinking.
Put your finger on it. I almost just said water as I put my finger on this. It wasn't what I meant to say, it just the word that was in my brain.
Too bad, that's what you said now.
Water. Okay, for sure, been having water, for sure. Sure. Mr. Redfield gets to go on that side.
Now sterilizing.
They're sterilizing
Please
us.
wait.
My eyes. It looks like we're under the water, but we're not. It's just really bright
What the?
blue. Mr. Redfield, I'm gonna have enemies come in here. I hope it's on your side and not my side. I love his confused little look. I love Mr. Redfield so much. Oh, of course it's my side. Mr. Redfield, open the doors faster. I just did a spin on him. Oh, Mr. Redfield's concerned.
Oh, Mr. Redfield.
Damn. Are there enemies on... Is he just banging on the wall? Oh, he's so helpful. Mr. Redfield's so helpful. I don't actually know how to properly dodge. It just happens.
Car!
God, car! Wait, a car's here. There should be a car. Hi, car. Hello, princess. Hello, princess. Shoot him in his kneecaps. I'm gonna shoot you in the head. Now I'm gonna shoot you in the kneecaps. Something imploded on him. Oh, he imploded. Shoot him in the dick.
He imploded.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Mr. Redfield, I'm right next to you. You can tell that I'm fine. Hello, car. How are you
No,
today?
you can't tell.
We. Winston.
Oh, I hope you're doing well.
Wee. Did the wee not go off? The wee has not gone off?
Wee.
Like, my wee has gone off. That sounds so funny.
wee-wee-wee.
Yeah, our wee detections went off and said wee. But the wee. Hee. Yeah, fuck yeah, shut that up. Fuck yeah. You can look at Mr. Redfield.
Yummy. Yeah. Yummy.
Oh, got the long elevator. Oh, there we go.
Why try to hide these facilities on a cruise ship?
It makes a good cover for whatever's suspected.
How do they fit these facilities
point.
on a cruise ship?
I hope we can find out what the hell's going on.
What is like outside of this window? Like, what do they cover it with? Why put glass if you're just gonna cover it? You know? Unless that's just like gunk that's been put there, but like no, like what is this? Ah. Okay, good. Not puzzle. It just goes. It just opens.
The virus is somewhere in this research area.
So this is the secret of Zenobia.
Zenobia was just a lab on boat. Lab on boat. Take lab, put on boat. Ship, float. Episode done. I think we do one more.
If we can.
Are we fully done
We
with
have,
this episode?
we have 20 minutes.
Should we just stop it here? What are we on? Episode 8. We have 4 more episodes after this. What you feel? Mochi's knocking out.
I'll be real, I'm pretty tired.
Yeah, okay.
And I gotta go put the medication on my back. So it might be good to stop here.
Don't you worry, I'm already saving. You said the magic words. What game? I just saved. Also, there's an autosave. To finish episode 8.
Yummy!
Little eye. Oh, are you comfy, Mochi? Is that book so comfy to lay on? So comfy to lay on. I'm just gonna manually
You be
do
safe,
this.
dog.
Yes, be safe.
Love you, dog. You're so cool.
1800. He's so handsome. He's my hero. 1-800-1-800. Love baby no money. Oh, let me respond to Nikki. Or okay. I am going to let you go then and free you from this prison. Was it evil?
It's not a prison. I put myself in here.
You're so right. I'm so excited for tomorrow.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Technically, T-minus 6 hours. T-minus 6 hours, princess. Okay, go put the medicine on. I love you. Get some sleep.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Love and appreciate you. You're so cool. You take care.
You take care. I'm gonna put us back on just chatting. I'm not gonna yeet you guys away immediately. I think that should change. My cat's there though. I'm gonna start scooting around. I'm so sorry, Car. You just got here too. I think I hate the next part in this because it's the lab part and it gets a little wonky. Okay, cool. That changed. Car, I hope you're well though. You know what I haven't done? I haven't looked at Shakespeare monologues. I know. I need to make time because I don't do much on Tuesdays, but I really need to make time one of these days to come down for trivia. I just don't want to drive. I just really don't want to drive. And I think because it's at night, I'm like, I don't want to leave my house. But I need to support my car. My car needs the support. I haven't done my car's registration. Trivia is fun. No, you're so right. I just need to actually come down on a Tuesday. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Peace. Sorry, I locked into just looking out. I was like, who's streaming? And boba. That's honestly a good deal breaker. That's the whole reason I leave my house at night sometimes is just for a boba, late night boba. So that's actually a pretty high selling point. Not gonna lie. Hello, Dubs. What is up? How are you? We aren't ending stream, but that's okay. We're here for a little bit. I'm seeing what the options of a raid is giving me. I'm touching my cat's foot because it's in my way. And she's very upset. We'd like you to know. Stream was great. What is... That's so funny. What a funny little song. I need to add a song really quick. Stream was really good though. We got a good chunk of Revelations gone. So I would like to listen to that song. I think it's the first one here. Yeah. So I think one more stream of Revelations and we're done with that one. Before you leave, hello guy. Don't worry. What up? What is up? My dude. Hello. I hope you're well. It's okay. I'm yapping for just a little bit while I figure out where to drop off everybody. Oh, I can mute that one. I need to manually mute it. I didn't mute it. There we go. I clicked on. Okay. Car, you got 13, 16, and a 10. So you're doing pretty good. You are doing pretty damn good. I do have normal water. Okay, there we go. But yeah, we got a good chunk of Revelations done. Tomorrow is the day. Technically T-minus 6 hours for me. I'm gonna preload the game and everything tonight. Honestly, I might do this right after stream ends and just preload it. But Resident Evil Requiem is coming out and I'm so fucking excited. But yeah. That's that. If you... I don't know who to go to. There's nobody that's really been jingling my jangles to like raid to. I would like to raid to another Resident Evil streamer, but I don't know too many. I know Pixie, Level Up Pixie is playing Village. Oh! Oh my god. That boop came in so late. There's streams this week? Exactly. It's because it's Resident Evil week. It's fucking Resident Evil week, my dudes. Here, hold on. One last thing for you all. Mochi cam. You can see my stream over there. We'll just have chat cat block it. She be sleeping. Yes, thank you all for joining. She be sleeping. She's mad sleeping. I think you guys are too far up now. Oh well.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I just sit up. Yes, quiet. Have safe travels tomorrow. I'll see you later on once you get picked up. But have a safe travels down. Please take care with that. I'll fix that tomorrow or later. I don't know. Other than that, I don't know. Does anybody have anybody they want me to go to? I know I said I should start raiding out, but like, it'd be that way. Making sure there is no blood on this, but it's fine. That sounds really dramatic, but because the cat cut fucking hurts. Safe travels. I'm looking at you with the big ol' eyes. I think I'll just let y'all go then. There's nobody really jingling my jangle. Requiem tomorrow, we for sure. Of course. I hope you're feeling better. Turn up. I know I've been saying that, but like now it's just another checkup. Like I hope you're feeling better. Hopefully you're beating the sickness. But other than that, I guess I'll just be ending. Perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. Mochi is zoinked. Yes, thank you for joining me on stream. Thank you. I love you so much. I'm so excited for you tomorrow. Have safe time picking up Quiet Kai. And then I'll see y'all when I play Requiem. Because I know no matter what, y'all show up for a little bit to get your freaking stream streak and to see the game because I'm so fucking exciting. I'll probably still... I'm like debating whether I want a mad yap at the beginning for our normal yap time or just, you know, fucking get right to the game. So we have the option. I probably will be talking about it a lot. I think I want to talk some theories beforehand. So I'm very excited. Everyone here is epic. Everyone here is epic. Everybody here is so freaking cool. Freaking love everybody, bro. Car, I feel like I have so much to tell you, just like acting stuff. Like nothing's happened, but like I don't get to talk to a lot of actors. But like I feel like I have so much to tell you. We need to hang out sometime. I know I'm still trying to plan the Disney day for the girlies. There's nothing fucking open. And then now with rehearsals coming up too for As You Like It, even if I'm not in it, Keeves is assistant stage manager, so she's still got to deal with it. So we will see. We will see. I have your number though, right, Car? I mean, I also have you on Discord. Discord. Tell me the things. Yeah, I just feel that. I think it's because I haven't seen you in a while. Wait, what do I have? I should technically, in theory, have your number from the fucking. I don't think I actually have your number. I really should. I think it's because I texted everybody off of B's phone when they were late for rehearsal, but also you were never really late. So there's that. But I have you on Discord and Instagram. And I just love my car and I miss my car. I miss the vibes from the squad of Amadeus. That's about it. I don't miss the show. Not too much. Only a little bit. That's about it. Anyways, I will say goodbye from here. I love you all. We have stream tomorrow. We need to bring back Amadeus Squad. We really do. Is that a spinning? Wall flip. Flip. I love that. But I love you all. Requiem tomorrow, 10 a.m. I think I actually have to wash my hair tomorrow. Did I wash it today? No, I washed it yesterday. I don't have to worry about it today. Yep, I will have fresh hair tomorrow. Probably, hopefully. I will try to wake up on time. And by that, make sure this one wakes up and doesn't keep me in bed. Other than that, please take care, everybody. Carefully have to press that. Her butt's like on top of my freaking stream deck. Anyways, I love you all. Please take care. I will see you all tomorrow. We'll be starting Requiem, and then we will be following up Requiem on Monday, and I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so excited. But I love you all. Please take care, and I will see you all tomorrow. Oh, the song. Is it ending? I think it's about to end. Yeah, fuck it. Put Mary on the cross as we end. Let's put it right there. I love you all. Take care, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.